Okay, we are finally live. Sorry about that. This is going to take a little bit of time, folks, to go ahead and get everybody up to snuff. I was finally able to get on the live stream due to the fact that there were some technical issues. We were having some issues still, but I'm going to let everybody know. So this will probably have to get edited out at some point, but we're just going to roll with it right now. So I do apologize. We're running a little bit behind schedule. So let me just let everybody else know. So here we go. Just bear with me. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to send some invites out to see if I can get everybody back on board. So let me go ahead and do that. I don't know what in the world happened today, but oh my God, boy, was I really, really upset with this. It's just the way it goes. You know, it does happen. I'm going to send an invite out to Jeff. Here we go. All right, that one's out. Now let's go ahead and send another invite out to one of my guests. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, this was really, really weird today. I have no idea. I was prepped. I was ready to go. And for some reason, something on the website just did not want to cooperate today. Don't know what it could be. Guys, I know that everybody's chiming in, texting, and doing all kinds of stuff. Bear with me. I cannot respond to everybody's messages right now. I just can't. I got a gajillion things going on in my mind. So bear with me, please. Thank you. Okay. All right. All right. We're just going to wait. Now, let me get back on the where I was. There we go. Okay, super. All right, let me go to the chat here for a moment. Welcome everybody again. Sorry for the delay. Hopefully we can get going here. Jeff just popped in.
What is up?
Hey Jeff, how's it going, bro? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. Thanks.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, what's going on here is we got all kind of techie issues on the website. Obviously, for some reason, it just didn't want to cooperate. YouTube didn't want to cooperate there for a moment. It took me like literally 3 attempts. And it wasn't on my end. I have no idea what was going on. We're still trying. We're still waiting on a couple of guests. I've sent emails out already. So apparently we're having a bit of an issue overseas, if you will. trying to get a hold of our other guest as well, but it's being worked on as we speak. So this was going to be a long one today anyway. So thank you guys for being here, for joining. This is going to be a long stream. Hopefully everything is going to be okay. All right. So thank you, Harbor, for that. Both Jeff and Armando is 5x5. Hello, Rob. Hello, Steven. Zanavar. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for being here today. Let me keep going. Mike Bruce, hey, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, all right. Everybody seems to be popping in, so we're just going to give it a little more. I'm waiting on the guest, guys. That's all it is. There's all kind of techie issues going on right now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get off the Unchained chat over on Discord, FYI. No reason for anybody to be there. So let me just go ahead and get that off my screen here. Okay, it's gone. I'm going to leave that open just in case anything else pops up. It's a separate machine. I've done some rearranging in the studio, actually. I had to repurpose my camera. That's one thing that I did, and I literally have, like, everything got rearranged in here. I mean, totally everything. I'm running a Mac. I'm running, another machine. Hopefully, I'll get to doing some really creepy and spooky things here with said tech. As long as I can get it to work, that would be great. All right, I'm going to digress over to Rob. It's the 3-letter agency watching you. Okay, bro. Stand by. I need to respond to this. Did you have a good Thanksgiving, Jeff?
I did. How was yours?
It was okay. It was okay. Stand by. Let me see. Oh my God, this is just pouring in right now. Getting and forwarding there. Okay.
I got to get your chat popped so that I can see what's coming through here.
Okay. All right. Ghost should be joining us here pretty soon in just a moment. He'll be able to give us a little bit more of an explanation on our other guest that's supposed to be here. But we'll find out. So all I ask for you guys is to please be aware, be kind, be nice, especially in the chat. I am not monetizing this, by the way, for obvious reasons. Just remember where we're at, be respectful, in the comments. Questions are fine. We'll answer them if we can. And I wanted to take this to the website, but it's the way it goes. The gremlins in the tech world just did not want to do this today at all. So, it'll get better. I'm hoping pretty soon, but I'm waiting for Ghost to pop in here real quick. And then we'll go ahead and kick this thing off. This is going to be a long one today. All right. I'm just letting everybody know this is at least hopefully 3 to 4 hours long, and I really don't care hanging out. It's you guys. If you guys can hang out, fantastic. And if you can't, this recording will be repurposed. Okay. I will upload this on the website. If you guys miss out on it, I will also go ahead and edit this if possible, just so I can spread it across platforms. But since I'm already here and I'm waiting for somebody to pop in, I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way with a few little promos that are happening. I am proud to announce that today's broadcast or today's live stream is brought to you by the Duran Duran Real Estate Team. If you're looking to buy or sell anywhere in the USA, click the link in the description below. Okay. I think I did put it in there. I didn't forget that. But anyway, you can just click the URL or copy the URL here. And let me go ahead and add them here real quick so that way you'll know and you'll have an idea here. Let me go ahead and share this screen with everybody. Boom, 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 boom.
Armando, in the chat, you got a question. Does the second guest need an additional link, or can they go with the one that you had sent to Ghost?
I sent a secondary invite. I sent a secondary invite to his email. And you know, does our second guest need a different link, or can he use the same one? No, he will need a different link. I need an email account. Yeah, Rob, that was nice. Anyway, so you can check out, you know, the Duran Duran team. Go ahead and hit them up, contact them, reach out to them right there. Like I said, anywhere in the United States of America, they can help you out. If you're looking to buy, sell a home, or if you're looking to, you know, buy a property or something like that, they will be more than happy to help you out. And if you tell them by any chance that you heard about them, you know, through the show here, you know, it could have a perk involved. I'll just leave it there. But anyway, thank you so much for doing that. And like I said, if somebody needs to, okay, hold on. I got to digress over to the text messages. Oh my God, this is like loaded here. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Bear with me. Let me get to them because my phone is blowing up. Okay. All right. Chaos is fun, isn't it? I just love it.
Oh, yeah. Para asked if the guest will be able to see the chat. I guess we'll have to ask whenever we have the guest.
I can tell you that the guest is. Hang on, guys. Hang on.
Okay.
I got to be careful here with what I say. All right. Yes, please. Okay. Okay, I'm going to digress to my moderator here, Harbor. Do I need to send an invite for the guest? And if I do I have an email for him? Oh, I see. Okay. How about a call? Is it possible to? Okay, all right. Hang on. I just got one. Beautiful. Okay, let me go ahead and send this link out now. Give me 1 second. Let me digress over here to my email screen real quick. If I disappear off your screen, I apologize.
No problem. You're good.
All right, let me go ahead and copy that invite link. There we go. Okay, invite link has been sent. Let me go back into studio. Okay, there I am. Okay, all right. I'm replying here. Multitasking, it's a great thing, isn't it? I love it. Okay, all right. So I got that one out of the way. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah, here's one, which we haven't even started. But hey, if you're getting value out of the stream today, please like, share, subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button to help out with the algorithms. And you guys know what to do, man. All support is appreciated. You guys got the information that I sent out about the website. Okay, which is standby. I got Ghost here. Hold on, let me bring him in. Ghost, are you there? Hello, hello. Ghost, can you hear me? Okay, I'm not getting any audio from you whatsoever. If you can hear me. All right, if you need to pop out and pop back in, I get it. I know you're trying to multitask with another call. That's fine. But again, I can't hear any audio from you. Anyway, so I'll just go ahead and continue, guys. So basically what happened is the promo period for the website for $1.99 has expired. Okay, it has expired. It is now $4.99 a month for any new members that want to sign up on the website. I had to go there, but here's the beautiful thing. All of you that are currently already members and you subscribe to the website to the monthlies from day one, you all have been grandfathered in for lifetime membership of $1.99, so you will not see an increase in your membership whatsoever. And that's because of all the appreciation for the support. I greatly appreciate that. But there you have it. It was sort of like an early Thanksgiving, or, I don't know, Thanksgiving gift, if you will, or maybe early Christmas gift. But that's what we're doing right now. And hopefully I'll get the situation with the internet. There's got to be something going on, because I've never had this much difficulty. Last time that I had this difficulty, it was because of enabling cookies or pop-ups, or something was blocked, and that was an oversight on my part, so I had to change that, and then everything was working fine. Okay, all right. Ghost is where. See, I'm telling you, today everybody's having tech issues. Okay, I have tech issues going on with the host also as well. So FYI with that. I'm telling you, ever since they handed the keys over to who.
Yeah, that's not helping anybody.
Yeah, this was probably expected. All right, and let me just go over to the chat here in the meantime. Oh, hold on. I think we got him back again. Let me check. Hello, Ghost. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. All right, beautiful.
All right, good. G is having connection issues, but as long as you got him the link, he's going to come in.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me check if he's on right now.
Take your time. No worries.
All right.
While you
how have you gentlemen been?
I'm struggling with tech issues here as well. I mean, today
it's weird.
It was always in the 11th hour, and I was commenting. I made a polite comment that ever since the keys to the FCC, ever since they handed the keys over to who, it's like, okay, well, maybe this is a sign of the times. I don't know.
All right, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Take your time. I'm going to go through the chat here real quick. Make sure I don't know if anybody was asking me anything or not, but Just going to check.
All right. Let me do a quick check on him, and I'll be right back with you.
No worries. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I appreciate the support, really. Am I on Truth Social? Steven is asking. Yes, I am. At PewPewNationTV. You can find me there on Truth Social. Thank you, Steven, again for 5x5 with the ghost. Yes, that's awesome. Hear him now. I made some adjustments here in the end. Anybody else? Paramascar, I don't know if he'll be able to see the chat or not, but it's okay. He should be able to hear the audio. Again, if you guys have questions, okay, if you guys have any questions, Harbor will be here to moderate the questions and go back and forth. You know, Jeff can keep me on my toes as he always does. I'm very
Yes, I will
grateful for
try.
him being here today. I need to catch up with you tomorrow at some point, bro. Give me a good time. I need to swing by your place for a minute. I need to pick up some stuff and just give you a heads up on something else. So
Okay.
He should be in shortly.
okay.
Any minute now. So if you guys want to start with something, you know, let's go.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
have some
Well,
fun.
let's go ahead and do this. And again, I am this has been long awaited and anticipated, you know, the book review and reaction to the book Vatican Assassins. It's something that I wanted to do for a long time. And hold on, I think he just popped in. Let me add him.
There you
Big
go.
G, is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you, mate. Thank you for being here. Oh, we're finally all together.
Man, we all had issues with something.
Everybody. I don't know
And
what it was.
Usually it's smooth, but
Yeah.
fun times we're in. I mean, I just read an article about AT&T and their, you know, ability now. Well, they've had it for many years. Their ability to monitor everything through that network. They work very closely in that respect. And now there is, I think it's DAS or something. There's a lot of mess going on with it because even if you're remotely 1 or 2 degrees away from someone who's engaged in criminal activity, they're going to scoop your stuff up too. And it's nothing different, nothing really different than before. They've just, again, just scramble it up a little bit and regurgitate it to the public so they stay confused on that issue. But anyway, let's get rolling.
Let's get into this. Christy Brown, thank you very much for the 5x5 coming through for all of us, all our participants here today. But again, to reiterate, guys, this is a rare treat. This is a very rare treat to have Ghost and have Big G here at the same time is insane. So I am very grateful to have you guys here. Thank you for taking the time to cover Vatican Assassins, which is something, this book reaction that I've been wanting to do for a very long time. If you guys have any questions, remember where you're at. Okay, we need to keep it friendly here to abide by the community guidelines and standards. If you have any questions, the moderators will be, you know, going through the questions. And if they're permissible, we'll go ahead and ask them. And if not, sorry, it's just the way it goes. But let's go ahead and kick it off. I'm going to give the floor over to the Ghost and over to Big G. Let's kick this thing off because it's going to be a learning experience for everybody. So, gentlemen, take it away.
I think it's important, and I think it's important for the audience to know that Lord G is an actual Lord, not a 1 square foot in Ireland or Scotland Lord. That doesn't make you anything. That's just a gimmick and whatever.
I got one of those for Keegan, so let's keep it.
Yeah, he's under the Queen, right, Gordon? Under the Queen and the Privy Council, and everything was.
Yeah, it's all legit.
Yeah, he's the real thing, and so yeah, again, not a square foot with a certificate.
You can't buy the right. You can't buy a title, not a proper one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
You got to do
and
you got to do the paperwork. Simple as that.
to answer Stephen's question, yeah, Big G, yes, he is an actual Lord. Okay, so we'll just leave it right there.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, kick it off, please. I am a complete sponge today. If you guys have something for me or a break, if you want to say, hey, Armando or Jeff, come back in. Is there any questions and stuff like that? Just do it. But you guys got the floor. Start from the beginning. Take us through this this beautiful reaction of this book that everybody's been waiting on. So, floor's yours, gentlemen. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I first got a copy of the book many years back, and like you, I read so far, and I thought I got up to page about 77, I think it was, and I was so utterly disgusted of the mentality of these people. I couldn't believe it, and I thought that these people are the sewer of society. They really are. They're just totally evil. And how
Yeah.
they can run an organization and get away with this bullshit is unbelievable.
Okay.
So, yeah, they are the scum of the earth, and that's all I can say about them. I've actually spoken to the author, and he said, you keep reading, you'll find more. And I said, I don't need to find any more. They're that bad.
So, can you take us back on a little bit of history? Obviously, in my opinion, and again, I got to say it that way, in my opinion only. Going back through a little bit of history and time, I'm assuming that the Caesars of Rome, basically when Rome supposedly fell, okay, they just basically the Caesars rebranded and they became the popes. Is that correct? And then it
Yes,
all
that's true.
Yes.
Yes, that was true in 325. The original Christian church was causing them so much grief that they decided the usual mafia tactic. Let's just take them over, and they did, because the Caesar was known as the pontiff, and so they just decided, well, we'll take over this operation, and so they became the pontiff, and that's all it is. It was just a mafia takeover.
Because they realized that Christ's consciousness was not something you could defeat with a centurion or a legion or the phalanx or the sword. It was something that they had to co-opt and then rebrand, as you said earlier, and then put their storefront up, and new storefront as the Catholic religion. And I know a lot of I was born and raised Roman Catholic. Haven't practiced it since the age of 13, since they kicked me out of some classes because, quote, I asked too many questions. And I was a well-behaved straight A student, and they spoke to my father and did that. And at that point, the beautiful thing about children and going into early adolescence is when you start to question things, you're seeing it for what it is, and you get an instinctual feeling in your gut. Something's wrong with this. And it was not just, the Catholic religion and hierarchy. It was many things at the time. But in particular, because of that experience, I was a late confirmed E, I guess you'd call. And they said, no, he's gonna dress and be with the adults. He can't put on the fancy little robe. And I did that, and I never went back. Simple as that. Because I could, as basically a child, I couldn't justify in my mind all of this gold adornments, and whether it was gold plated or not is irrelevant. It was gold. All of this beautiful adornments and the wealth that obviously was in well, you might as well call it the cathedral in the one I was baptized in and went to. And I couldn't even justify that as a child. I was like, wait a minute. You've got ways and means. Why are so many people suffering that are in your parish? And, you know, they would have their justifications. If anyone ever really wants to get a feel for what G said, listen to some of the internal lectures and presentations that they give at the Vatican, especially in that wonderful hall that looks like the face and head of a snake. I mean, there's a number of things we can discuss about even the architecture and the adornments at the Vatican, and I'll go into that in just a moment. But if you listen to any of these lectures, they will go through in the most arrogant tones and say, well, we gave the world the plow, we gave the world this. No, you didn't. It was industrious innovators of the time that developed those items. And you merely claimed you did it because you had jurisdiction over them. And that's as simple as that. And, you know, why in the middle of St. Peter's Square is there an Egyptian obelisk? Where else do we find that same thing? Central Park in Manhattan, in Paris, in London, a very large one of our own making in Washington, D.C., and a number of cities that are cities of centers of their control and their operations, let's say.
See, you've got to look at the history of how this religion was created. The early Christian people, before that was taken over, believed in reincarnation, and that you would have to come back to life and correct your things of your past, because that was a part of their belief system. But it was when the new emperor took over in 325, I believe that was Constantine. His wife wouldn't have a bar of that because she was such an unbelievable character. She could sleep with a whole group of centurions in one night because she was really into it. And she couldn't have that part of religion where you were accountable for all your misdeeds. So when they took over the church, the original church, and the Pope decided, well, we're going to rewrite the laws of what the church was talking about. So that's exactly what they did. There's whole heaps of the biblical books which weren't included, like Enoch.
Mm-hmm. Let's start with the Nicene councils.
Yes, that's right. They cherry picked what they wanted to put out there because they were finding that it's much cheaper and easier to control the mind than to control the body. You don't need massive armies. You just need a doctrine and promote that. So it was cost effective as far as controlling the population. And that's what it really gets down to. Control the people through what their beliefs are, and you codify it and you stick with it. And anyone else who doesn't agree becomes a heretic.
And usually then persecuted and tortured or murdered.
Yeah, so they still had to have their games and stuff to keep the population entertained, because that was the old Roman way of doing it, was to have the circuses to keep the masses entertained. Well, that gets rather expensive doing that, so going to church and telling some bullshit stories is a much cheaper way of operating.
And then, God, I'm sorry.
And so that's how they developed. They wrote the Bible the way they wanted the story or the narrative to be, but is it true? Because there was so much left out. We only have a very clipped version of what was in the original Christian teachings. And then this guy that started the Catholic Church, sorry, not the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, De Leola. Go and read his history. What an absolute freak show he was. He was a real sick bugger, and he didn't want to lose control of his property because he was quite a wealthy guy, and he was off running around with the different armies that the popes had going, but he didn't want to lose control of his property, so he formed a trust, and then he approached the Pope at the time and said, "I'm here to look after your stuff. What do you want me to do?" And the Pope had no idea, and he said, so De Leola said, "I'll look after all your records," because no one else was. So he became the record keeper. Now, how convenient is that?
And
Got
how many
control of
people were skilled in mathematics, bookkeeping, and Latin and their own languages, let alone they were illiterate, the vast majority of people.
So the Jesuits were set up to be the educators, but mainly they were the bookkeepers. So they knew where all the secrets were, and they had it all in trust. That way, De Leola could manipulate what the Pope wanted and what he wanted. So it was only a mind control, and a record-keeping event. And you find out that this De Leola was a real sick bugger. Not very nice at all.
Let me bring in a very current series of events that's going on to show you that carries on to this day. Look at Argentina. Their new leader is being lauded as the new Trump. He speaks a great line of liberty and deregulation and all of this. Well, a particular director of a particular film just paid a visit to him. In my humble opinion, knowing some interesting facts about this man's history, and I think people can research who that is, and they're going to see what film it is. No, he's rather sordid, but this man came to the current Argentinian president-elect came into prominence 5 years ago, but prior to those 5 years, he was being groomed, and to the point of visits to Epstein Island. You'll see shows where he would discuss his sexual prowess 5 years ago or less. He is nothing of what they're purporting him to be. He is not the Trump of Argentina. He is a member of the club, but interesting that it's Argentina that they replicate a model that it was done here in certain respects. And where's the Pope from? The current Pope.
Argentina.
And I would ask everyone in the audience, do the math, find the articles. They're there now. They're written in the past week. And then watch the Tucker Carlson interview with this individual. And then read what is out there. And background information that they're not going to print, now I'll drop it here, is that, well, it happens to be true. So you have to be very careful, again, overall, of what you perceive and how you perceive it objectively. So that's just showing you that this edifice of control, this fiction of authority, again, is up to something in Argentina. It may be the new Ukraine as far as the globalists running laundering operations, etc. through. And I would wager That's actually what's happening there. But anyway, let's carry on from the Nicene Councils, where they left out things like the Q Gospels, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, another Gospel of Timothy, Enoch, and there's a few others that just don't come to mind right now.
Yeah, Thomas was another good one.
Thomas, yes, Thomas, and even some Gnostic texts. And I know people recoil at the word Gnostic, but Gnostic simply means to know. And what did Christ say? The kingdom is within you. Ask and you shall receive. He wasn't referring so much to material possessions or needs of your situation in the world. It was answers to understand the world and the deceptions that were being unfolded before you that have continued to this day, only more complicated. So I'll leave it right there for now.
I have a question really quick, if I may. While I was reading the book, there was talk about the first black pope. Okay. And I read a little bit further into that. And the one thing that struck out to me was where he quoted that you must go through him in order to get to the Father, and that he is exempt from everything, persecution, taxes. Basically, he is the right hand of God. And he was chosen by God to be the right hand to him. And the only way for any human being to get to the Father, you have to go through him first. I found that
by taking him out, or go through him by their method. I'm just making a joke here.
No, seriously. Yeah, exactly. And that, I'm like, that immediately brought me, I fast forwarded, you know, and I remember Dad shoving us on Sundays into the back of the Impala and taking us to church because, Dad was a very religious guy. Okay. He only went and practiced, Roman Catholicism, let's see, Easter, Palm Sunday, Ash, whatever, and we would throw us in the back of the car, pitching a fit. But Mom was like, you are going to go. You are going to take us, whether you like it or not. We're going, because Mom, you didn't want to play with her when it came to that. And I would never forget Dad telling me, he says, Junior, he says, you see that black Coupe de Ville out there? I'm like, yeah. He says, you know who owns that? I'm like, who? And he says, the preacher. You know where he got the money for that? And he just started laughing. I'm not going to continue saying what he said, but you get that. And then that always stuck with me, and it was like, there's something wrong here. There's definitely something wrong here. And I said, later on in life, I'm thinking, if you want to fix it, if you want to fix the problem, you got to fix it there first. You know what I mean? Because it's wrong. It's something is wrong. It's off. And that always stuck with me. It's like, this guy is like, he's a human being. He's flawed. And you're telling me that we got to go through him in order to get to the Father? I'm like, nah. What do you guys think?
Well, to me, as soon as you have an intermediary, you've got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's simple as that. So why do you need these intermediaries who are going to tell you some bullshit story? Doesn't wash with me. Never has.
And me also, because if you look at the psychology of that, it's very simple. Having an intermediary will stunt your personal growth, whether it's in whatever path your spirit has this time. If you believe in reincarnation, and I've seen too much scientific evidence to say that, yes, that is a reality. And why is it that I've got to tell this man what I think are my sins? and receive absolution? No, I can go in my prayer closet and do that. I don't need, and I don't want a flawed, probably way more imperfect individual than I am. And I'm not perfect like by any stretch, like we all aren't. But, you know, right there, you've got to really question that. You know, confession is, with certain issues, is good, but you can do it with a friend if you want to do that. Wherever two or more are gathered in my name, it's that simple. And again, I believe a lot of these things were put into place to keep people in a spinning circle, if you will, of their own inability to govern themselves accordingly, and to step away from what most terms sin, which is simply missing the mark. As the archer tries to hit the center of the target, you never can hit the perfect center of a target. It's impossible. But you try. And having someone and knowing a number of people who do know a lot of the archbishops and the Pope and have met them, they had nothing good to say about any of them. And we all seen the scandals with the child molestation and worse. That's, let's say, non-open source material.
Well, they put it in right in front of you. Like, have you ever seen the Pope give a black mass? I've watched a video of it.
I've not seen that one. Be
Yes,
honest.
track it down. This is Francis himself giving a black mass in the Vatican, and that's where they're worshiping Lucifer.
Wow.
Yeah, that blows your mind away.
Wow.
And all of these things have evidence. Again, I'm a stickler for one thing: evidence to back
They'd be
up.
doing that at least once a year. They'd be doing
Yeah.
at least one black mass a year. Because I've actually watched a video of it. I couldn't believe it. It's all in Latin, of course.
Was there
Wow.
a sacrifice?
Symbolic one, yes.
Symbolic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lord G, take us, and I believe Ghost was asking about this. Let's take it over to Mary Magdalene, okay, and where that in the book, you know, where does this come into play, you know, going back, moving forward?
Well, the whole narrative about Jesus and Mary Magdalene, yes, was the wife of Jesus. Jesus, by the way, is just a trade name for him. If you go to in Matthew 21, chapter 1, 21, you'll notice that Jesus is written in an all caps name.
As well as
Okay.
Lord, when they refer to him as
Now-
Lord.
Now, the reason why it's in all caps name is that's the name of a trading entity in the Roman system. Like Spartacus, for instance, his name was all in all caps. But Spartacus was owned by a man called Spartacus. Spartacus was the fighter, so he was the property of an owner. So the same with Jesus. That's a trading name that the Romans, his father had to go and do the census, and his real name by his mother was Emmanuel. And you look on Matthew 21, 23, it talks about Emmanuel, but it's in the proper case name. But Jesus was the trading name that the Romans, or he was using by the Roman people. He was known as Jesus. That's the trading name. Everyone had a trading name.
Well, if you read the first 93 or 94 sections of the canon of the Catholic Church, and you didn't know what you were reading, you would swear you were reading a modern corporate charter. Now, you have to break down the corporate as people need to understand. You live in a corporeal form. When deceased, it's a corpse. When alive, as a man or woman, and there are none of these genders, all in between. That's all, again, deception and brainwashing. You're either a man or a woman. But there were other sections in the New Testament where they use the term Lord. And you'll find it in all caps, or capital and lower, or all lowercase. And this goes back to 1611 with Bacon and crew. They were basically reflecting English common law by their editing of these passages. That if you go back to the original Aramaic and ancient Hebrew, and even in Greek, you're going to see quite different terms and meanings behind those terms that sometimes take a page or two to define. So we jumped ahead, but let's take it from Nicene to what we were talking about when we all got on last night to warm up to determine what we would discuss tonight. Gordon, you were talking about William the Conqueror.
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
William, that's an interesting part. See, the Vatican themselves, they never had any land. They were getting kicked around from country to country without any property. So when William the Conqueror wanted to lay claim to the title of England, because he was a Norman king, and he had a claim to it, so did a guy in up in Norway or Denmark. He had a claim too. So he went along to the local Catholic Church, the cardinal there in that part of the world, and said, "Yeah, I want to make a claim, but I need the approval and financial backing of the Pope." So that was the deal. A deal was struck. So William was given a banner, a papal banner, and a seal from the Pope. And the deal was the Pope would finance the operation to take over England on the condition that he could get back the old Londonium territory, because they still wanted their piece in England. And so that was exactly what happened. Poor old Harold had been fighting off another invasion up north, running low on equipment and men, and he had to go and handle the battle with the Norman king. And so he was undermanned, worn out, and basically they had the battle. The battle was at a place called Battle, which was near Hastings, but we know it as the Battle of Hastings. He got killed. William took over, went into London, set up the operation, and they got a deal was going to be set up for the Pope to get his bit of property, but they had to organise a stock count of what they just conquered. So the French nobles and with some of the English people over there in London or in the UK, as it was then, had to do a stock take, which they did. They went round all the countryside to get everybody's names to know who they owned. They wanted a stock take. It's just a census, that's all it was. Now, as they went from village to village, people in those days didn't refer to they didn't have a surname or a family name in most cases, but they had a trade name. So you had Bill down the road was the cooper, and then you had Fred up the road. He was a blacksmith, so his name was a smith. Smiths just referred to a metal trade. There was goldsmiths, silversmiths, and ironsmiths. and
Stone
all
for
these other ones.
for stonemasons,
So,
etc.
so you'll find that the family names were put down by the name of the trade that they had. Now, this census took 20 years. This census is now called the Doomsday Book. So in 1686, the Doomsday Book was published, and when William himself found out that they did this 20-year census, and he said, "Is that all we've got?" He was horrified. He thought he had a lot more. Then he had a heart attack and died. It's quite a joke.
Yeah.
When you look at the amount of time that he spent in England, represented about 2 years out of that 20. He thought very lowly of the British, and he preferred to stay in his castle in Normandy, where the climate was much better. It wasn't rainy and wet. It was miserable over in England. But in Normandy, well, it was a lovely countryside. So they had their cronies over there take over, and that's all it was. It was just a takeover, and it was an operation. The Pope was happy because he had his thing called Londonium, and that was the headquarters then of the Catholic Church. They actually had some land to come from. So that was the first block parcel of land. And you'll notice also that that's where in the city of London, where all the laws come from, it's always in that square mile that all the business operations happen and all the legal stuff happens. And then later on, the Catholic Church was still running around with their heads cut off in other areas with no real land. And it wasn't until Mussolini came along that he did a concordance with the Pope, and he got the area which we now call the Vatican City assigned to him. But before these dictators take over, they have to get the approval of the king or the Pope. So Mussolini had a concordance, and that was the ground rules of what he could take over and what tactics he could use. And same with Adolf Hitler. In 1933, he had to go down to Rome and have a concordance with the Pope before he could get going. And people are unaware that unless you get the approval of the Pope to go and start some military operation, it's not going to happen. Franco did the same. Unless you get the approval first, you don't get anointed, you don't get that position. Now, in history, De Liola got into that position of power to keep the records. And what's important about that? Well, when you got the records and you're the record keeper, you know where all the secrets are. You can do the blackmail. And that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been educating people, but also getting all the information. Remember when that people run off and do the confessionals? Well, they write it all up. They've got the dirt on everyone. That's how they survive.
Would this lead? I guess it would be a good time to segue, maybe, or maybe I'm jumping too far ahead. I don't know. You guys let me know, because what I'm hearing right now is the entire surname subject that we discussed last night also as well. Can you tell the folks in the audience here about the whole surname situation and how that came to be, or the reason why it came to be and why it's still here, and the pros and cons on should you actually change it, and what would the benefits of that be, or would it make any difference whatsoever?
Well, let me start off by saying, let me finish the thoughts on the corporeal. And G can expound further on this. But the corporeal, what do we have now that basically is on equal footing with governments, including our own corporations? All right. We have a population that are actually given a corporate name through the birth certificate. And we'll elaborate more on that, on the reality of that, which is a negotiable instrument, which is given a value at birth. In this country, that value is calculated by an office in the Bureau of Land Management called Human Capital Management. And there's other components to this, which we can go into, but they subdivide. What was Rome's credo always? Divide and conquer. They subdivided the sentient, living human being, whether you're man or woman. You have to remove yourself from linear time, and you see all of these steps taken over the last 1800 years as a lead up to actually what's happening today and how people are basically slaves. They're debt slaves through the corporate entity created upon their birth. And people really need to contemplate the concept of what it is to be in a corporeal vessel and how that was subdivided into a corporate entity, which is a dead entity, the decedent twin, the placenta, in other words. Because the mother is not carrying something that is connected to them. They're carrying a foreign body. And the placenta contains all of the same material that is contained within the fetus. And I know G can elaborate more on that.
Yeah, that's a very, very technical subject, but the whole idea of having a corporate name, for record keeping, they always put into the record searching the surname first, followed by your given names. Now, when you have an all capitalized name, whatever John Henry Doe, it's all capitalized, you'll find that an all capitalized name is the name of a trust. When you get your paperwork, a copy of your live birth record or your birth certificate, it'll be addressed so that your given names or Christian names are in proper case, identifying the individual, but the surname is always capitalized. That's how they keep a track of it. So the all caps name is the name of a trust. When you have your lowercase Christian or given names, then your surname in all caps, that's identifying you as to be the beneficiary of the trust. This is where a lot of people get this really wrong and they stuff up. So they're telling you through the paperwork that you are the beneficiary of a trust. The birth certificate is a financial instrument because because they take the live birth record, then they put that onto another ledger to make a financial instrument called a birth certificate. That has the value. That's what they call the legal title, and the document that your father or mother fills in, which is like the live birth record. Yeah, in my case, my father was the informant, and in some cases it's the mother that's the informant. But that particular document there is stamped off, and that becomes the you're the beneficial owner of that. So therefore, that is the equitable title. In a trust, there's always two titles. There's an equitable title and a legal title. The government holds both. You only get copies. And in trust laws, the way a trust law is set up, you don't have any say until you get control of both. So that what you've got to do is you've got copies of both, but you've got to give instructions to the people that are managing the trust that you want access to the trust documents. And that's done because the only way you can do that is knowing trust law. And you've got to come in as the sole beneficiary, which people, they put their foot in it and get it wrong. Very, very few people know how to do it. So if you want access to your trust, you've got your social security number there. They're telling you they're the administrators of the trust. But if you want to access it yourself, there's a process you've got to do. You've to come forward and claim the trust using trust law. This is what the key question is. How do you control your life? At the moment, most people run off to Social Security and get their benefits. But in actual fact, you can give instructions to get more because you're entitled to it.
And most parents don't
Most people have no idea.
claim that by the age of 7 with their children. They don't know. But it can be done beyond that.
There's no time limit on things. When a trust is created, only the grantor or the beneficiary can close the trust. And now the grantor, in my case, was my father. He's been dead for 30 years. So I'm the heir to that, and I can go through the process, which I'm slowly doing, to claim that trust. Now, you've really got to know what you're doing. Most people haven't got a clue because they don't know the functions of how a trust works. But
And
all this stuff goes back.
Who to go to.
All this stuff goes back a long way in history because the popes set up different trusts over the centuries. The first one, I can't remember the Latin name of it, but one of the popes going way back decided, I claim ownership of the whole planet. It was a pretty neat one. Didn't have to tell anyone. He just said, I run the show.
No one counterclaimed.
No one knew about a counterclaim. The next one, another pope some years later said, oh, I claim all the livestock, all the people. And no one knew about that. And then the final big trust that they set up was they claimed all the souls. Now, this is the insanity of these people. But in law, they're correct because no one opposed it. No one said, hang on, you can't do that. So it stands as first in time, best in law. They did it. So if you want to get out of their system, you've got to go back through their system to get out of their rat race. And this is why you're going to look at Martin Luther. When he was going through their stuff, and he said, hang on, you're telling us a lie. This is not right. And Martin Luther got hounded all over the countryside and basically had to depart, and then they wanted to kill him. The Catholic Church had their mercenaries out trying to kill him. This was common through the history of the Catholic Church. They didn't like dissenters or anyone finding out how their racket worked. So the Protestant, or it was the protesters like Luther, they were actually called the protesters, that become Protestantism, and then it devolved or evolved into the Lutheran Church as the head of that. And then from there, it was the other sects realized that Rome were telling them a big story and it wasn't right. So they set up their own versions of their own church of Christ.
And now they're existing today are over 32,000 Protestant delineations simply by their filing of their 501. Usually it's a 501c3. Otherwise, it's a 508c1a in terms of the IRS.
In America, your laws on setting up trusts are very similar to here, to other parts of the world. But the 501 is the common one, but it still makes them bound to the laws of the land, not to God's law. Whereas the 508 is different, and it separates them out, and they can make comments of a political nature against the ruling class, which everyone has the right to do
without having the IRS sicked on them.
Yeah, but the IRS. Oh, yeah. By the way, in all countries around the world,
same corporation, different faces.
Yes, that's right. It's all the same kind of racket. The tax laws are written for the slaves. When you're out of the system, you don't pay tax. Tax is voluntary, always has been. People are unaware of this. So once you know the laws, how it works, you do not need to pay tax. Tax is just a political or religious burden put on you.
It's like a donation to their system, from what I've understood.
Yes. You find the way the US was set up. It's the United States is still a colony of the United Kingdom. You think you have your independence. Sorry, don't want to rock the boat, but you don't. You were sold down the drain long ago, and your
1812, 1863, 67, and
it was before
71.
That. It was way back that before
when
that.
When they granted people the land companies, but they ultimately held the deed.
Yeah, see, you've only got to look at Pennsylvania. That was they were land grants from the kings of England.
That was
Virginia
also the first
king. All of them.
Yeah, that was also the first King's Bench state, and there's 7 of them in the U.S. There's New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Florida. Their state Supreme Courts double as a King's Bench jurisdiction. I even have photographs of a screen that were sent to me that showed 1 month prior to the 2020 election, President Trump's attorneys addressing the Pennsylvania Supreme Court on the issue of their state legislature changing the voting laws and regulations, which was unconstitutional in their state and also unconstitutional in its action to begin with. But they addressed them. The opening sentences were basically stated, we're not addressing you in your jurisdiction as the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. We're addressing you as in your jurisdiction as a King's Bench state, as a King's Bench jurisdiction. And, a governor general was appointed and works out of Canada. And the governor general basically represents the will of the monarchy out of the UK. And what people don't know is that the real title of that position is Governor General of North America. And in Canada, They can't do it here because they have to maintain the illusion of separate governments, which are merely, again, corporations, privately owned. Because we had that taken away primarily with beginning with the 14th Amendment, then a number of steps through the late 19th, early 20th century, and moving right up until today, where they're taking away people's rights through surveillance acts, etc. And they don't have to abide by the Constitution. Congress will pay lip service to it because these congressmen and senators don't know. Courts will pay lip service to it, but if you don't have a contract with the current, let's say, standard of jurisdiction, which is a commercial standard, if you don't have a contract with that court prior to the proceedings, they're under no obligations to protect your, quote, constitutional rights. And we've seen that time and time and time again, but people never question that. They just bitch about, well, they use this ridiculous excuse to dismiss the evidence against voting machines, for example. And all of this is part of the origins go back again to 325 and in that century of everything that we're dealing with today. And
See, the entire world of commerce is based on the Abrahamic Code, which goes back, I don't know how many thousands of years. And under the Hammurabic Code, they had to have an artificial entity that they could do commerce with, so they wouldn't offend the gods. And that's why you have an all capitalized name to do all your commerce. That way, they could punish the and kill the all caps name because that wasn't living. Commerce only deals with dead entities. Can't trade with living.
And people, very simple way to prove that to yourselves is you receive an offer for a credit card. It will be in upper and lower case. As soon as you grant them the ability to create funds in your name, your statements, I didn't say bill, your statements, which is merely a claim, come now on all caps.
Yeah, and as soon as you sign any paperwork at all with any government or bank, your signature is your authorization to give them power of attorney forever. Okay, so when you go to a bank and open up an account and you put your signature on that piece of paper, you've just given them power of attorney to create any amount of debt in your name, and you don't even know. And you're the
That
liable party.
blows. So that blows. You're 16 and get a job as a host, busboy, give
Yes.
away all of your rights forever. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what it does. That's how the courts work. You answer to the name, and you sign here. As soon as you sign there, they're accessing that trust that's been created for you. And they can take as much money as they want, as administration fees as they want.
And
Everything, by the way, everything, when you have a birth certificate, everything is prepaid. It's biblical law. But they don't tell you. So you go through life, work your ass off, pay taxes, and every time you sign for something, they take money out of the account to run the whole operation. And all you poor buggers that have joined the military there, in the US or whatever country you go into, because I wouldn't go into the military, they are all your training, all your pay, all the tanks that you happen to blow up or destroy, all comes out of your trust.
Or taken, you blanked out for a second there, taken from the trust.
So because your trust pays for everything that you do.
Is there a way out of it
Yes, there is.
by changing your name?
No, it's got nothing to do with it. It's identifying who you are, which is the beneficiary of the trust, and claiming the trust.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Most people get very long-winded and get it all complicated. It is not. It's strictly trust law.
And when you see what I've cautioned people over and over about the states nationals movement, and there have been other scams out there actually built around this. They don't understand this aspect to it. And all they're simply doing is going from a larger corporation to a lesser corporation in the side, and being their state, whatever state they're in the 50 states. So they're not getting anywhere in truth.
No, there are a few people that have worked it out, but very, very few.
Very few.
Most people run off and start new trusts to put their stuff into. Sorry, it makes no damn difference. That actually is a sub-trust of the birth certificate trust, which is already there. So there's all these sub-trusts which you create, but it makes no difference because there's one master trust, which was your birth certificate, and that controls everything. And until you make the claim against that properly, because you've got to look at how a trust works, and most don't get it right. There are only 3 positions in a trust. There's the grantor, which in most cases is your father or the mother that creates it. Then the grantor has to nominate who the beneficiary is, which will be yourself. And then it has to be administered by a trustee, and the trustee works for the beneficiary. So until you know those 3 positions, you're screwed.
And how to address them.
So the government, it's all set up for your own benefit, but no one gets themselves educated to find out how it works, and that's how it works. You have the right to anything you want, any need. I'd like a tank and go around and kill a few people, but I'm afraid that's not in the trust documents, so I can't do that. So you've got to be realistic. Yes, you are entitled to a house. You are entitled to all medical services, etc. But you have to come forward as the beneficiary of the trust. In the meantime, the trustee, which is the various governments and the banks and stuff, they run it, but they also take an administration fee. Now, how much is the administration fee? Well, I don't know, but it's an open-ended checkbook, isn't it?
I'm imagining there's like $13 in my account by now.
Well, no, this is quite a bit.
It's actually 3, bro.
in the
fee.
Yeah, because for instance, every time you get called into court, they go and get a copy of your birth certificate and create a new trust. It's a sub-trust, and they have a bid bond. I've forgotten all the different bonds. There's 3 bonds involved with a court case, and they all make money out of it. It's all coming out of your master trust. This is how the whole operation works. The amounts of money that some people do find out how much have been milked out of it, but it goes into the billions.
Yes, and the company in the United States that maintains the accounting for this is Fidelity out of Boston. You notice they never They never sink. They never have any difficulties. And if you look at their logo, that will also tell you something. Now, we
So
know
we
this
know.
for a fact because we went in and looked at them. And being born and baptized in the Roman Catholic Church doubles what value would ordinarily be put on that trust, doubles it. And that's quite a substantial number. And if you let's look at World War II at the end, when these Nazis were getting out of Dodge. How did they do that? Well, there was a number of rat lines that usually went through Austria into Spain, or there were several countries involved, but primarily Spain and Austria, where you would go to a specific Catholic church. You'd get on your knees and lie about your sins. You would be given a new name and a baptismal certificate. Now, how is it if I had never applied for a Social Security card, if I'd never filed taxes with the IRS, I had no driver's license or anything, how is it that I could get a passport simply by procuring a copy of my baptismal certificate from the parish I was baptized from? And if that parish is closed down, it will be given to the next one geographically. They then were able to acquire passports. So, Helmut Schmidt became, Juan Escudero, and then got on a sub or a ship or, let's say, a Condor, a long-range aircraft that they had, and wound up in South America. A lot of them went to Argentina, didn't they? So, these are little nuggets that we're dropping.
Talking about
Yeah.
Argentina, wonderful place. Have you ever seen Hitler's hideout, where he retired to?
No.
I've got a photograph. I know where it is.
So did the CIA and
Yep,
OSS, then CIA in 47.
they knew exactly where he went to. They knew all along. He retired comfortably down in South America.
Begins with a B, doesn't it? Where they had a facility actually. The name will come to me.
Anyway, it's in
Yeah.
Patagonia. Very nice.
Yeah.
Looks like
Yeah.
the Alps in Austria. And the place is still there.
So basically what we were told, where, him and Ava, the guy smoked himself and over fire,
bullshit.
that was all bullshit, right?
It's all bullshit. Look, Stalin knew it was bullshit. He said it. He didn't believe it.
Awesome.
And if to this day, if someone is going to, quote, get a new address, which means to the world they die, it's particularly in Spain. I'm not picking on Spain, mind you. Wonderful country. Where was McAfee when he died? When he died in the prison? He was in Barcelona. Usually it's out of Madrid. G and I know an individual who was over BIS at one point.
We can't mention his name.
No, we can't mention his name or anything about him, but
yeah, be careful where you're at too. All right.
New address in Madrid.
But anyway, we know the process. There are people that have got out. They get new identities, and they have they're transferred. Their accounts are reinstated under a new name, a new trust heading, and they go off and with their new entity name and go and live their life in peace, and they have anything they want, and they're protected by a special department that looks after these people
Hmm.
because they're not in the system anymore.
How long did it take them, roughly?
Depending on who they are,
Holy shit.
depending on who they are and how much they want to help with the paperwork, you could be out in, I think, about 6 months.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all there.
Some research needs to be done. That's pretty
And
cool.
in essence, there are the entities set up that, let's look at money, for example. It's not your money. Money is a commodity that's issued by a private source.
You are the source. You are the source of the credit.
Yes, you're the source of the credit. Remember, on the good faith and credit of the American people. How many times have you heard that statement? Many. It's the same thing in Australia. It's the same thing in most Western countries.
Most Western countries work on this system. Even people in India have birth certificates. The government's actually trying to get more people with birth certificates so that they can actually pay money into their accounts so they can live.
So they can, survive.
Even in shithole countries like Afghanistan, they have it as well. So Russia has it, China has it. Countries that know about it use the system.
But we're all pitted against one another with petty conflicts and espionage and infiltration. And our country, unfortunately, has been very badly infiltrated. For many years, there have been generational infiltration here, meaning parents came over, their children are raised to carry on as to what they do. Russia's a particular one that comes to mind. So if we have violence spark off in this country, it'll be through these various networks. And they're useful idiots in groups like Antifa, Black Lives Matter, Proud Boys, and even the Klan, for that matter. And any other of these organizations that are usually set up by COINTELPRO operatives. And these guys think they're doing something patriotic. No, in reality, they're working for a much higher level of the pyramid, let's say. And they're using them as useful idiots. And if everyone would wake up to this fact, imagine how fast things would change, because the rats would scatter. They're very few in number compared to the world population. Probably around 6 million, it's estimated, globally. I'm being very careful with my words here.
Yes.
But if the audience can listen and read between the lines, and don't be afraid to question what you believe. Don't be afraid to research what we're saying. And what if you find it and it's fact, be ready to shed anything you may believe or hold on to in 3 minutes or less. Because that's all the realization takes.
Now, see, there's lots of shills out there who give incorrect information. Now,
yes,
there's like 90%, might be more, 90% of the people out there putting stuff out have no idea what's going on. They get a little bit of information and they run off with it.
They
They get a
charge
lot of people.
people for it, and it's enough to
Yeah,
get people in trouble.
Yep, that's what the whole thing is. So there's professional shills out there who cause trouble.
And they're
And
out there and they're paid
yes, they are
to do
paid.
that on top of taking in money from unfortunate people, you know.
You mentioned Fidelity, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can see the screen, but I'm adding an image right now, and I freaked out a little bit earlier. Is that
Oh,
it?
very interesting. Yes, isn't it? That's it, isn't it, G?
That is absolutely, it made my skin crawl when I saw this.
Notice, go into Fidelity's history. Notice they never have any scandals. They never have any problems operating. Because
Well,
their
crap.
job,
Anybody that has a dollar bill in their pocket, take it out right now and just, flip it over.
Yep.
they maintain the accounting for the trust accounts.
Oh,
And
goodness gracious, man.
when was SETA KV set up? Gee, that was back in the 1600s.
Yeah, 1666 in
Yeah.
the UK, that was set up. Now that was a land grab. People don't know that, but the Great Fire of London was going on. Basically, there was a part of London which was run down, and it was a big slum. And the UK Parliament decided they needed to clear the land and rehabilitate it and get rid of the slums and build proper stuff, that's a very noble thing. So there was a thing called the Great Fire of London, which was lit. And while that was going on, through the UK Parliament, they put through the SETA Trust, or SETA KV Trust of 1666. And it got rubber stamped through. Now, the courts of England at the time, all their language was French, and all the documents were in French. It wasn't translated into English until 20 years later. But that enabled them to burn out a section of the slum areas of London so it could be redeveloped. Now, people who might have had claims lost their claims because of this particular act, this Trust Act. Only the people that could speak French and were connected with the government knew had any idea what was going on. So that's the basis of a lot of the trust stuff, the SETA KV Trust. And by doing that big burnout, they got rid of a lot of bad infrastructure so they could redevelop it. And that was just like developers coming through in a slum, buying it up cheap and putting a bulldozer through and putting up a new mall. Same type of deal.
And you have
You've only got to look at Chicago. All the rundown slums and stuff that's gone. And the developers come in and pick it up for next to nothing.
Maui, the Reichstag fire, the War of 1812, all basically different motivations, but all basically for the same reasons, very similar reasons. And the taking down of Building 7 by controlled munitions.
All these things are planned well in advance, and you've only got to follow the money, as the old saying goes. Follow the money and you'll find the answers.
Anybody have any questions? We could go on and a lot more on these subjects.
Let's
I think questions are a good way.
You guys pop in the chat if you will, if you got any questions for Big G or for Ghost, any questions, pertinent, Vatican assassins, so far. I think you guys are getting your money's worth on this today, even though there's yeah.
Remember who the bookkeepers were? It was the Jesuits that started it.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys think it would be safe here where we're at to talk about the societies, and I guess not. Maybe. Well, I don't know. You guys
let's
can let me know on that because I really don't know if it would be good or not. But
let's just say people should read the Jesuit Oath, and people should read
Yeah.
into their history.
Now, an interesting thing with these oaths, that the Jesuit oath, and when you get, and then the next one to follow up is the learned elders of Zion. Okay, and see how similar they are.
okay,
You see, people are operating under extreme delusion. They're born and raised into a faith of one kind or another. In the end, and I'm going to make this statement and stand by it any day. In the end, when you get to a certain level, they're all being controlled by a single, let's say, several tables that operate on mafia rules, if you will. And currently, the battle going on that we're all seeing the symptoms of through the breakdown of our society. I've always said it until, and this, well, you have to make up your own mind from 216 on. But prior to that, you had several things that would always happen, no matter who the president was. In particular, since Kennedy was killed, societal mores and morals and ethics would break down. Look at the corruption. There's your symptom. Money would become less valuable. There would be a new boogeyman for a new conflict. And the other one is, what's the other one? That's a constant. Basically, the psychological makeup of the populations would be altered, and not for their benefit. Look at the transgender. Look at TV commercials from 2014 to today. We're going on a decade. Just look at the content. Look at the quick cuts and the inferences. Look at the films that are made, Hunger Games, and many films that point to a dystopian future. Because, you know, I think it was Cliff High that made an interesting, a few interesting points in a newsletter that my wife had shown me the other day. And I like Cliff High. I like his thinking. But he was saying basically you can tell their agenda by what they put energy into. And there's actual equations. Analysts will look at actual energy consumption from power plants in other countries. And if they see a drastic increase, like say, take Iran, for example, it takes a lot of energy to run a uranium enrichment plant. Even if it's a separate power source, those things can be detected. So where is this energy going? Where are these people going? Now, he would say that his point was that there's been no real increase in energy. Well, it's very simple. There's no increase in energy because it's already been expended with nuclear weapons, with bioweapons. Oh, look at China. They're about to go into masks and lockdowns again. I would beseech every American and Australian to say no, kiss my ass. If they try to do that, it's a respiratory disease. I haven't had time to inquire and research on the nature of it. But I had called COVID back in 2019, November, the very month that the company responsible for its development where its two main offices out of 6, I believe. It was called MedImmune Incorporated. One was in Cambridge, England. The other was in the access road, the Fort Detrick, Maryland. Now, MedImmune developed it. COVID. They ran a test run with H1N1 by harvesting tissues from bodies buried in the permafrost with the indigenous groups in Alaska, where they had to burn a fire to go down every foot to melt the permafrost, to bury someone or to exhume them. And they exhumed them and took various lung and mucosal samples, many samples from many parts of the body. Because what made the Spanish flu, and it was only called the Spanish flu because the Spanish media was the first to put it out and say it like it was. But it was because most governments, it was during World War I, they didn't want to panic people further. But that killed more people than the entire war. I think 40 million plus died from that. What they wanted was the protein receptors that made it so virulent in its vectoring and spreading. And it was perfected, and then they had to perfect the process of then putting it onto a designer virus. But they'll claim it's natural, came from bat soup, or whatever the hell other things they claim. Escaped from the lab. You know, there's one story after another. And when people don't buy a certain story, well, they up the ante. They double down and triple down on it. So here we have another respiratory virus being reported in China. And isn't it funny? We're coming up on primary season in the early part of next year. And then the election in November of next year. I submit to you that if they do that again, it's for the same reasons for 20. They don't want a certain individual in office because Americans have taken him seriously. More than not, way more than not. And this is what they don't want.
Now, if you want the history of all this bullshit that's gone on for the last 18 years, there's a fellow called Brian Ardis. He's got out a video called The Antidote. I only finished watching it about 2-3 days back. And it's on Rumble. Now, people need to watch that because this entire COVID bullshit turns out to originate from the manipulation of snake venoms. They've been working on this for years and years.
So the whole Dracula thing was bullshit, right?
Yes.
Dracula.
Yeah.
Here's a question submitted by someone in the audience. If either G, you or I knew that Hitler had 3 daughters.
He had one at least.
He had one at least, yeah.
I thought
And
that, okay, I guess that was another lie too also as well. I heard that he had issues with the testes or something like that.
Oh, no, it was a joke through the wall.
A joke
The
through
British
the wall.
put out there.
Okay, never mind.
That would make sense that they would make that. I mean, I'm just saying, like that's a good way to go. Go right for
Yeah.
the manhood. Yeah.
I can remember the old army song Dad used to talk about someone had, what was it? Himmler had one ball, but Hitler had no balls at all. And the British used to go off and they'd march and sing this particular song. It was propaganda.
yeah, I mean, there was a lot of propaganda, both sides,
Yep.
all around, floating around. Now, speaking of propaganda, give you an example of what was done to this country again. We knew World War II was coming, and we were going to be involved in it, when most people were saying, no, let's remain isolationist. And that was just an impractical position at that time. It was going to happen, whether you liked it or not. And it did happen. So there was an act called the Smith-Mundt Act was passed that gave the federal government, the corporation, the freedom to propagandize outside the United States, other countries. And now you know how proficient we are at that, through electronic means, through very exotic means, and through very direct means. When Obama was in office, surprise, surprise, they did the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, which gave them the ability to propagandize the American people. This is why what we knew was fake news long before people were, I mean, that term decades before, has gone rampant. I mean, anybody, if there's some clips from, I think it's called Morning Joe, who Mika Brzezinski, whose father was probably one of the biggest mass murderers of the 20th century. That's, in my humble opinion, I'll say that for legal reasons. And their ridiculous husband, who seems to have lost his marbles. You know, just listen to what they say about Trump, because Trump is the target for their ire for what he's tried to do. And we have to make sure that happens. The American people do. Because voting is not going to be the same go around as last election.
The biggest problem we have with people who are uneducated and they don't know the history. Because in the history, it'll tell you, if you know what you're looking at, how they've been manipulating everything. Now, America's problems, or in the 20th century, when they set up the Federal Reserve Bank, that was set up in 1912. Remember, that was a stacked thing. They all went home early, and
yeah,
they didn't have a quorum. Anyway,
23rd and 24th of Christmas.
So that was a fraud right from the word go. Wilson admitted it later on. It was his biggest mistake. But the background to that, because it was also all set up at Jekyll Island, but the whole idea of setting up the Federal Reserve Bank was so that it could enslave everyone through fiat currency. But this is the part that you won't find out about. Because they're all based on your birth certificates, they had to have value on the books. So they did. The value on the books was everyone's birth certificate. That was the gold backing of the people. What they don't tell you about is that they backdated all the documentation to anyone that was alive at the beginning of 1900. So that means that although this came in and basically 1912, 1913, and the war started in 1914, anyone that was in America and the rest of the world, for that matter, that had birth certificates, they were all cashed up to that anyone that was born or alive in 1900. Okay. Now, when someone got killed, remember they've all got dog tags. The big thing within the war was to get the dog tags back. Couldn't give a shit about anyone else. Just get the dog tags back. Why? That's so they could cash in on the insurance bond.
Jesus Christ.
Now, at the end of the First World War, the bankers and the cronies in between cashed in and they made a bloody killing, literally a financial killing on all the people that had been killed. So they could claim the insurance bond.
But no one
On
in
all
the
the bodies.
military is going to know this.
Now, because not enough died, the Spanish flu was released to kill more.
Technology has always been,
Now,
since the
with these
industrial
insurance
time,
with
far ahead.
these insurance bonds, the way that works with the banking system is they can't get a payout on a murder. Okay, it can be in death through a war or through illness or whatever by so-called natural causes. That's the rules of the game.
I have a question I want to ask here really quick. Based on what you're saying here, and again, this is just my way of thinking. How much approximately how much is each person worth with his trust, with the whole social security number and stuff like that? If you can even put an amount to it, is that dependent on jobs? Like for me, for example, right? I wasn't naturally born here in this country. I immigrated here. I was 8. Okay. But I started working when I was like 15, 16, somewhere around there. I mean, legally working. Okay.
Yep.
So is this based on records? Because I don't know. I don't even trust records or social security records anymore. I mean, in my opinion, right? I don't, because those numbers have to be skewed, I would assume. I don't know. I don't know if they're factual or not.
No, well, from what I can understand, I can find out about it, is that when someone is born, they take a part of the mother's and father's trust account to create a unit, a value. Now, the value might only be a small amount. First of all, they've got to cover the cost of the baby being born in the hospital and all the costs like that. So it might be $1 million. On today's value, it might be $1 million. Okay, to start with, and then they have to upgrade it all the time. So when you get enrolled to school, we'll stick another bit more on top of that. And as soon as when you go into when you're 12 or 13 and you go from one level of schooling to a higher level, they must be still alive, so we'll add more to that. And every time you get a certificate to say that you've accomplished something, they add more to the pool. So by the time you're probably 18, you might be worth 20 million, might be 50 million. I have no idea. It depends on your background and how much education you've got.
I've seen.
But every time you go further and further, it increases in value. Now, if you go through medical degree, which costs a lot of money, that might go to 100 million. But that's only on the face of it, because guess what? How many times have you signed your name over?
Yeah.
And then they can dip into that and then hypothecate it even further.
The ledgers I've seen have 300. I've seen 300 million. I've seen 3 billion, 7, all the way up to 14 billion.
It depends on your education level, where you're born on the planet. Now, this is a big thing with why people get moved around with immigration. People are leaving shithole countries where their value is next to nothing, and then they move them into a first world country, and the price goes up dramatically.
All right. So in my case, I was born in Cuba.
Yep. Okay. Well, Cuba had a low value, but as soon as you went to the United States, they put another nought on it.
Armando, you're priceless.
Because you're worth more.
Well, Jeff is working on 5 kids, man, in total. So, dude, I mean, we need to hang out, man. You're rolling in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I've gone back. Through. There's old legislation which came in through the United Nations at the end of the war, where all the countries were put under. Everyone got their own social security system. Now, even if in Afghanistan, they've got a social security system. Mind you, no one gets anything, but that's not the point. It's there. And so someone in some hill tribesman up there growing opium, he might be worth whatever the currency is over there, which might be only $50,000. But as soon as he moves to another country, into a higher wealth country, his value increases dramatically. And that's why there's these population movements from very poor countries into affluent countries, and the governments take them in. Why? Because they're buying in someone worth nothing, who then all of a sudden can be worth 100 times as much. It's all got value.
Wow.
And everyone's got an insurance bond on them. So if they have an accident, they can cash in on it. Now, the thing is, with these trusts, by the way, no trust can be wound up. They're kept in perpetuity. So that means that they can keep milking it. So I would like to ask the question, how many people were killed in the First World War, and are their accounts still active? And I would say yes, they are. And someone's skimming it.
Wow.
So I guess that bears the question with people in the audience then, right? I mean, the question would be, most of us, if not all of us, I would gather to say, that don't know or have access to this information or this broadcast, for now anyway, they'll never see a nickel of this at all.
No, they won't. It's designed that way. I've done years and years and years of research. I've basically spent 20 years on the computer searching and getting information. So I've read a hell of a lot of stuff and a lot of history.
That's insane. That is insane. I guess that throws a curveball into the whole Nasara-Gisara deal, huh?
Well, Nasara, when I know how that was set up and that was legitimate, but of course that was put the kibosh on it. The bankers didn't want to pay out, so 9/11 happened. Nasara was supposed to take effect on 9/11 at 10 a.m. The Pentagon building where it was being run from got hit by a missile, took them all out. It was cancelled.
I thought that was an airplane.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. No, the buildings were demolition jobs. But the Pentagon was a missile.
And Pennsylvania?
Yep.
I have a friend who lived at the time in DC, and he had line of sight to that side of the building and was watching on the news, knowing that there were other aircraft heading in that direction. And he was watching the Pentagon. Again, line of sight, visual, to that particular facet of the building. He saw what came in. It was a Tomahawk.
Now, that particular part of the building at the Pentagon had already been reinforced because they didn't want any problems. So the perpetrators of doing it had to have a heavy warhead to get through it. Normally, the outer casing of the Pentagon there is actually quite light, but that particular section had been heavily reinforced. Yet it was hit with sufficient energy to knock it out.
Well,
Wow.
there's two questions I wrote down that I saw in the chat. How is the Smithsonian Institute tied to the Pope? Well, it's tied to the Pope by its location in the District of Columbia. We have the Apostolic Nunciature on the, I think it's the circle that goes around the Naval Observatory. I think it's on the northern side of it, which is where Archbishop Vigano served as basically the ambassador to the United States. But look because he spoke out against everything we're talking about and more, and he does that on a weekly basis. He's living under very heavy protection and many layers. Because if there were to be a change in Pope, it should be that man, I would say. But
Right.
in another one, Woody Harrelson's father. I can tell you this about Woody Harrelson's father. It's not that he didn't deserve to be in jail. No, he'd done a number of things, all the way back to November of '63. But that particular murder of I believe it was Judge John Wood. John Wood was, you see, there were a lot of shady deals with DEA and the cartel members. And I believe there were a brother or two men that I believe they were brothers. And there was a deal made. But in the end, I think he had the name Maximum John Wood for a reason, because he would go back on these deals and say, no, we're not going to do that. I'm going to put them in jail for the rest of their lives. And he was shot with a round out of a .30-06 that was made by Remington in the late 70s. And then they were banned from making them. Why? They had a polymer, I believe it was a polypropylene type that was very brittle. So that once the bullet exited the barrel, all the rifling was gone, because that coating would disintegrate. And you'd have a .223 round coming out of a barrel with the force of a .30-06 cartridge. So the rifle would be untraceable. Now he didn't commit that murder, but he got bagged and he got tagged and bagged for it. And I'm not gonna say what entity did do it. Use your imagination.
Fair enough.
This is because a man came to me who was running in that crew. He was a young man, and he had put a .38 snub nose in his mouth, and the bullet went up and rode up his frontal sinus cavity and blew out the top of his head. Kind of gave himself a partial lobotomy, and he survived. But he couldn't feel emotion. But he could feel guilt over what he knew. And he wanted to tell someone. And a friend of mine introduced him, and I sat down and I listened to his story. The man had no reason to lie. He wanted nothing. He just wanted someone to know. So I believe he was sent to Supermax and died in there eventually. But he didn't commit that particular murder.
Interesting.
Anyway, back to topic.
Yeah, Mr. G, let's I've been scanning through the chat here. There is a question in there, but I am not going to answer that question here on this platform. I'm just not going to, because I don't know if that will not that, you know, first of all, I'll just do a little disclaimer. I am not monetizing this video. When this session completes, I am taking this video down off of YouTube. It will be available for channel members only on YouTube. I will take a copy of this video, the full complete video, unedited, and I will upload it on the website for members to have access to only. Okay, so that's how it's going to be, because if I put it out there and I run AdSense through this thing, it's going to get smacked, and I'll take a strike, and I'm not going to do that. So hopefully you guys will understand. So if you want to see it, subscribe to the channel. It's cheap. If not, you have access to it. If you're a member of the website, you'll have access to it. If you're not a member of the website, $4.99 a month will get you in. And that's my commercial plug. Brought to you by Jeff.
Duran. No, I love that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you guys should be compensated for the time you put in and what you do. And
well,
this is the all of this ridiculous childish bickering in the certain space out there of people who love and care about this country. And in doing so, they are actually loving and caring about the world, because if this country goes down, the rest of it is irrelevant. They'll go after Russia. They'll go after China eventually. It doesn't matter how high they think they are. If you know their names, they're useful idiots.
Yeah.
So
let's move forward here if we can. So now we're getting into the secret societies. Okay. And I'm just going to go ahead and talk about it. I mean, whatever. Because, there are movies out there about this subject. There are lots of myths out there about this subject. There's a lot of info about this subject that's out there. And you can talk for it as much as you want. JFK, Marilyn Monroe, those kind of things. Okay. But here's the deal. And my kid actually gave me a sermon one day about the whole JFK deal. All right. Now, not that I want to know, not that I want to dive into that or anything along those lines, but from reading Vatican Assassins, everybody, and I mean everybody from what I saw, are part or members of a flippin' secret society, all the way down to JFK himself. I think it was Knights of Columbus. I might be wrong. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask this. And I have an idea. There is actually somebody here in the audience that provided me with a graph, okay, from the evil graph. And let me just scroll up here. Mike Bruce, actually here. Know him very well. Good guy. Okay. Forward me a picture of this graph that shows basically a breakdown. Ghost, I think I might have tagged you on this graph also as well, that starts from the very, very beginning, and it's the evil graph chart, and it plays all the way down to us, America. And in the heart of this graph, okay, it shows none other than what we're talking about right now, Vatican. Okay. Where did these societies stem from? Some people say, well, Freemasons. Okay. Are they good? Are they evil? I mean, that's another question. Okay. Because our founders, most of them were Freemasons. My father was a Freemason. He wouldn't even talk to me about a lot of the stuff that happened in their lodge meetings. He said, that's classified, that's secret. I can't tell you about it. One day, if you ever become one, you'll find out, but I can't tell you. I can give you like little driplets. I mean, and it was everything. Oh, from the handshakes to the Star of David had its own significance. I mean, a bunch of weird shit, So how does all this tie in together? Is there any significance, to where we are today, humanity, those things? Go.
Okay, my view on it is with the different lodges. There are different lodges. My father was in the Blue Lodge, which is very minor. My grandfather was the head of one of the Blue Lodges. But so what? It's all basic stuff. But they do get infiltrated by other groups. And that's what's happened. there are sinister groups who then infiltrate and get control. So you can take something good and then get it corrupted.
Got it.
So as
Okay.
far as the low level Masonic stuff, it's different when you get into the Scottish Rite, which has got the 33 levels and above, because corrupted. The lower level stuff, no, most people haven't got a clue.
I know a lot of Freemasons. I have a lot of friends who are free. I'm not free. I'm not a member of any fraternal, any of that. Nothing. A lot of them are good people. 32nd degree. And I think, what is it? The York Rite and the Scottish Rite.
Yep.
And they truly believe in what they're doing. And they don't tolerate, let's say, not governing oneself accordingly. You know, they'll deal with it within their lodge. But 33 and above, it's a different story. A lot of them won't accept that. They won't accept history, recorded history, or events that are fact. And you know, it's a difficult subject, because you have Knights of Malta, for example.
Yes.
You have a very good layer to that does a lot of great charitable work. But you have the other layer, and the good layer knows about it. I've talked to people in that layer, royalty, as a matter of fact, and they realize this. Now, when you're powerless to do something about it, when you have a royal title and considerable wealth, well, then how nefarious do you think it gets? And you have, what is it? Shriners, Tall Cedars, Rosicrucians, and about 6 or 8 more of any prominence. Opus Dei. I knew one individual in Opus Dei, but I knew several individuals who were approached to join and simply declined. And, you know, we're not getting into the Dan Brown version of it, because, you know, that makes for a good film and a suspenseful book, but it's not quite reality.
Yeah, don't ruin a good story.
Yeah. The reality is these, like Skull and Bones, for example, they're members of several, usually are members of several fraternities like that. You have to look, if you look at certain positions in certain agencies, certain departments, and you find out their memberships, you'll find everything from secret societies to CFR. And again, at the end of the day, useful idiots. Or they know somewhat of how the system entirely works, and they don't care as long as they get theirs.
Right.
And if they're good little servants, they'll get theirs. And they get into trouble, it's either swept away and you never hear about it, or it winds up going in their favor if it's something that can't avoid a trial. And this is part of the problem also. One of the, you can go back even to Hitler. Hitler, one of the prominent in the work camps well before the war was members of secret societies. Now, the Vatican used to, their position used to be, if you're in a secret society, you can be excommunicated. Well, that's lip service now. And
What's amazing to me, based on what you just said, is that reading the book In Vatican Assassins, you know, where they show pictures of JFK with his Secret Service entourage, you know, his closest on the inner circle, circling, you know, around him all the time. It states in there that they were all mostly Knights of Malta, or and I always mess this word up, Jesuits, I believe. That they were almost all of them belonged to some sort of order or another. Now, as you said, there could have been good ones, there could have been bad ones, but it just, again, when you play devil's advocate after what took place, that leaves in the human mind that little seed of doubt saying, damn it, they're all crooked. You know what I mean?
well, there's that one speech Kennedy made where he was talking about a monolithic global. He didn't use the word conspiracy, but in the shadows, I believe he used a term that is repugnant to, contrary, and he used the word repugnant to what is the American mindset, and I think largely the Australian mindset, Canadian mindset, probably Irish mindset, and many people in England and Scotland, because these groups are real. Where do you think the techniques for espionage and covert activities and what's led up to what we have today originated from? Knights Templar, Freemasonry, and all the other groups we've mentioned and ones we haven't mentioned, because they could hold to a code of secrecy. And
Very
you know,
interesting.
I've discussed that with 32nd degree Freemasons.
Yeah, there's clubs within clubs.
Yeah,
Really?
they're
Yes.
compartmentalized.
That makes sense. Easily makes sense.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
So you can be in one club, and inside that club is a private club which is affiliated with other private clubs, and they've got an alternative agenda, and they just play the first club off against the others.
That explains John Wick Chapter 4.
Yes, it does,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I love the John Wick series. They're telling you how it actually works.
Yeah, that's what they are. I mean, look at the Continental, for example. And you must maintain, improve your fealty. Or
The
you're gonna
table.
the table. And that's what these tables are referred to in reality, the tables.
And you notice how they always get paid
In gold.
Yeah.
in gold. What? Can you
Hard currency.
hard? Yeah, real hard. Not paper stuff. You can't take a hit with a bloody credit card.
Mm-hmm.
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. I hope you guys out there, man, just drop down in the chat. You guys are getting value out of this stream today. I mean, this is I told you guys that this was tough, number one. You know, the tech issues did not help, number two, but number three, the biggest one I've ever done for sure, especially with the guests that we have here today. You know, show some love, man. I hope you guys are getting value out of this, because you're not going to get this anywhere else. Trust me. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
The powers that be use the film industry to put their narrative out there to tell you what's going on. They have to tell you
Always
what's going to happen, always, because that's the agreement they've got. Before they do it, they have to tell you what they're going to do. If you're stupid enough not to cotton on, that's your problem.
Well, lawfully, that exempts them also as well, because then you can't come back and say, hey, you guys never. Yes, we did. We told you about it, and here you go.
Yes,
now, it may not be 100% spot on, but it could be 80%. You can fill in the rest.
Yeah, I would say legally, not lawfully, but legally. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what they've done with this country is they took us out of the jurisdiction of the Republic a long time ago with the Civil War time amendments, 13th, 14th, and 15th. In particular, the 14th. The 14th did not free anyone from slavery. It prohibited a specific type of slavery, hardcore, no pay, do as I say, or I'll exact a punishment or worse, to make you an example, slavery. They did away with that, but they opened the door wide open for corporate slavery, debt slavery. And there's also and I'll get this to you so you can put it on a show. There is a passage in congressional record where it states, and I'm paraphrasing what it says, but it basically says, if you're smart enough to understand that we're pulling the wool over your eyes and you want to remain in the jurisdiction of the Republic, you cannot be stopped from removing yourself from that system and putting yourself into the jurisdiction of the Republic. Constitution. And there's a series that I never knew existed because I don't watch TV or see that many movies unless the right people tell me, hey, you got to see this. But I was told about the series called Fringe that was on between 2008 and I think it was 5 seasons. And it's blowing my mind, and that's hard to do. All that they're telling you in that series. On the back of a jacket, 3 years before Cicada 3301, that op was put out there. You see on the back of this one man's jacket, in just a flash, in large embroidered numbers, barely different from the color of the jacket, 3301. And it drops symbols like pi. It shows the golden ratio. I think it's the one Greek. What's the one Greek? Oh, it shows the Greek symbol for pi superimposed on what looks like an X-ray type picture of a frog or a leaf or a 6-fingered hand. I think there's one other, or 2 others. Or flower, where one of the petals, it looks like a daisy, is the wing of a dragonfly. And around that is as if it were in a clock formation. You'll find a gold sphere that glows, and it doesn't move. And they would flash these at every commercial break, but they would always make things like building numbers very prominent. You couldn't miss them. And I believe when I did some reading on it, they were offering prizes. They were trying to find autists, as people say then, autodidacts, those who could decipher and see more than just what they're being shown on the screen. And I would say to everyone in the audience, if you haven't seen that, I think on Max, that app, you can watch all 5 seasons. I think I'm halfway into season 4. And they're telling you about things like COVID. They're telling you that they're screwing around with the very fabric of reality. That because people are going to find out that space, time, and distance and all of this is not, and gravity even, is not what in the format that it is. It's not what people think it is. They're talking about, they go into, not talk about, they actually, and the storyline is magnificent, but it was J.J. Abrams and a few other names that you will find on these types of things. It's like Lost and X-Files and a few other things all rolled into one.
Well, J.J. Abrams also did one. I can't remember. You guys will have to help me out with the name of that series. Was it Fringe, actually, where there was two alternate realities? There was
Yeah,
the reality that we know, and then there was an alternate reality where the faces were the same, but their personalities were slightly
right.
different.
That's Fringe. And
That's
then there
Fringe.
was
Okay, yeah.
one that I saw that fed off of that, and I think it only had 2 seasons. So I looked at those. That's where it takes place in Berlin primarily, where the Nazis supposedly had opened up a portal to the next dimension. And again, everyone was similar, more similar than they were in Fringe. And in that, they're telling you a lot of things. Their agenda is to move everything into more of a Chinese-esque totalitarian society globally. This is
Let
what
me
people need to wake up to,
let
and
me
they
ask
will
you this, Ghost.
depopulate.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this, Ghost, if I can, or Big G, if it's pertinent to the book, Project Paperclip.
Yep.
Paperclip,
It is. Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
Paperclip was a lot of people portrayed as a catch-all. No, there were several of those ops for different types of scientists. There was one that was even conducted with the Japanese based on Unit 731, I believe it was, which was a experimental a complex of laboratories that the Japanese built in Manchuria. And they not only tested things like on open wooden tables with cages, they'd lock their heads and strap them down, no anesthesia, cut them open, put anthrax in their abdomen, sew it up, whip stitch it, come back the next day, see what had happened, and then kill them. They would
Yep.
put them in hyperbaric chambers where they would raise them to an altitude of 30,000 feet and watch the effects on the human body. They would freeze people. Same things the Nazis did, but they would put a 500-pound daisy cutter bomb and then strap people to planks at various distances in the complete circle and detonate it and see the effects. They would, I mean, it goes on and on and on. The horrid experiments they did on the Chinese, and also American, Australian, Dutch,
Now
and British.
you can go and check this.
It took 10 years to get that information, but MacArthur made a deal with them. And no one from that or any of the tests that they were doing in Hiroshima on American, usually airmen that were shot down, such as seeing if they could filter and purify seawater to use as saline in the field. That took 10 years to get it all. But
Now,
Mike Bruce is saying Paperclip was to fog the mind. MK Ultra was to control the mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, if you want to find out what a wonderful character Hirohito was, find out what he was educated in. He went to the UK and was trained in marine biology on toxicology. His expertise personally was how to poison people with fish venom and stuff like that.
Like the pufferfish toxins.
Wow.
He was into that. He was into that stuff. So,
And they
he
did
was
all of that in Unit 731. And they tested chemical and biological, like I said. And then they would do all types of horrid experiments. And there was no anesthetics, no numbing, nothing of the sort. And when it was finally found and investigated, there were upwards of 1,000 bodies stacked in rows like cordwood in the winter. frozen because they couldn't bury them, or they just didn't bother.
Mm.
You know, the weather was providing a makeshift outdoor freezer for them. They eventually would dispose of the bodies. And that, like I said before, that included American, Australian, British, and Dutch military members. So there's a lot that's just coming out recently. I had read about that 25 years ago. And they, you know, when you look at what Japan became after World War II, now they're more autonomous because there have been some changes made. It basically became a financial colony of certain families in this country. If you look at Sony, it's an acronym, Standard Oil of New York. Does that tell you?
Are they in fact still our number one ally, or is that myth?
No, they're an ally. It's by default in their proximity to China and the way these let's say tables are manipulating countries to positions of being adversarial.
Yeah,
And
what's the 52nd state of America?
what's that?
Well,
I just saw a picture of Barry flash in front of my mind, man. I'm sorry.
So, well, anyway, how many official states do you have in America?
50 as of right now, according to what I know.
Yeah, well, 51 or 52 is Australia.
Yeah, it's a registered corporation out of St. Louis.
Registered corporation. You know why Australia is so important to the US?
Because you got good beer.
No, we don't. But anyway, it's a start. No, Australia is the United States' largest unsinkable aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And that's it. And in the middle, you've got Pine Gap.
And Alice Springs.
Alice
That's
Springs.
Pine,
Alice Springs
Pine
chicken.
Gap.
That's from Outback, though, man. Come on, guys.
Pine Gap's in the middle. Pine Gap's in the Northern Territory. And that's the big communication base which spies on all the rest of the world through Southeast Asia and China. Look it up. Multiple levels.
Yeah.
But that's the biggest communication base outside the United States.
And then you have other interesting locations that everybody's heard of. You know, Diego Garcia, Ascension Island in the Atlantic off of Africa. The airfield there, and look it up if you don't believe me, the airfield on Ascension Island, which is British and American listening post, is Wide Awake Airfield.
Yeah, I know Diego Garcia very, very well. Have made multiple church trips there myself when I was back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
lots of Goonie birds.
But you know, does all of this exist? And this is a philosophical question. Does all of this exist to further mankind or to keep the adversarial chessboard alive, and also look for the truly bad criminals out there? Or does it exist, you know, just to protect one side from the other, or to ultimately
Jeff, what do you think?
Globally?
Well, it really is tough because the way you're talking about it when it comes to like the migration thing, you're talking about how they own everybody's birth certificate. So then there's an interest in them moving people to a place like here to raise value just purely on a monetary situation. Then you have the people over in that really the globalists that want to destroy the West. So they're exporting migrants all over. And you see that like Italy, we talked about Italy a minute ago. They're bringing in migrants to their little islands off the coast and they're just taking over. I mean, there's a worldwide takeover of disarmed populations. But then there's different interests that benefit in different ways. So I don't know how they wouldn't in some way be working together. That just doesn't make sense that they wouldn't be in cahoots.
Well, in the end, it gets back to just follow the money.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's all you got to do. Follow the money.
And people would ask, where are these birth bond accounts maintained? They were maintained, correct me if I'm wrong, G, in the city of London and Paris, I believe.
No,
Now
it's all about the manipulation of money. The bonds are the basis of the money, and so whoever controls those controls the world.
but they made a move back in 13, I believe it was, when in the Obama administration, they changed the international date line. They went around New Zealand, making Auckland the first market to open for the day. And remember the maxim G said earlier, first in time, best in law.
That's right. And that's why
So
the date line has been manipulated.
And it's kind of strange if you turn it on its side. Looks like a sphinx with New Zealand at the butt end of it.
Yes, it's
New Zealand has always been one of those countries that have, I don't know why. And if anybody here is a Kiwi, I apologize in advance. You'll get that. I'm sure. It's always given me the creeps. I don't know why. It just has, but whatever.
You've got to know the history of New Zealand. Now, the reason why that first in time, best in law applies is because when in the stock market industry, the first opening stock market on the planet is Auckland. It was done there deliberately because where did the Rothschilds go? Why did they go to New Zealand and set up there? Because New Zealand was set up as a land corporation with the funding out of the City of London, i.e. Rothschilds.
Of course.
Do I have to tell you any more?
It always goes back to them.
Yeah, I know they got all the billionaire bunkers over in New Zealand for the doomsday.
Yes, they're not in the North Island; they're in the South Island.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they've got their big ski resort in Queenstown. Well, that area there is very scenic, and it's very exclusive, and there's a lot of billionaires that have got property down there, and the locals know about it. It's a bit of a joke.
Tile, you name it, they've got a spread there with bomb shelters that you won't find listed in the registrar's office for the building permits.
So New Zealand was going to be the safe haven for the billionaires if it all goes to shit on them. But a lot of the locals know who they are and where they are. And I just don't want to be invited to a Maori hangi because normally they eat you.
Yeah, the Maoris still have a bone to pick. And
yeah.
And they're very true to that. And G, why don't you talk about, what people term the Aboriginals in Australia, and then what's in the Australian government website under the definition of Australia.
Okay, well, this is something. Australia was not founded as a penal colony. First mistake, part of the PR stuff. When Captain Cook came out to Australia, he came out on a Dutch map. They already knew where it was. They didn't have to find it. They came out on a map with maps. The Dutch, the Portuguese, and a lot of other people had been to this country hundreds of years before. They could not claim the mainland of Australia because it was occupied. So they had to claim other places where no one had lived. So the actual claim to Australia is Norfolk Island, the Cocos Keeling Islands, Christmas Island, Heard Island, Macquarie Island, because no one lived there. So that's what Australia actually is. Australia was set up not as a penal colony, but as a private land corporation. The whole east coast of Australia was known originally as the New South Wales Land Company. South Australia was another land company, and New Zealand was set up as a land company called the New Zealand Land Company. They were not under the control of the British Parliament. They were actually set up via the City of London Corporation. When Captain Cook came out here, he wasn't a captain, he was only a lieutenant on a thing called which was the Endeavour, which was an old barge, or bark they call it. It was paid for by the Royal Society, by Joseph Banks' father and his backers, which would have been the bankers out of the City of London. Joseph Banks was actually told Lieutenant Cook where they wanted to go. It was set out under the guise of going to Tahiti to measure the transit of Venus. It was also sent out as a botanical expedition to find out where they could plant hemp for sail making, for cannabis, making hemp sails, and also where they could plant more flax, because flax is used for made linen, and linen was what they used in the topsails of sailing ships. For England to remain the dominant sea power, they needed good supplies of flax for the topsails and cannabis or canvas for the mainsails and for making rope. That's what it was all about. It was all about finding new places to grow these products. The fact that the place was occupied by people out here was a very inconvenient truth to them, so they set about massacring them. People don't know that how many of the original people here have been massacred by so-called British troops. They weren't British troops, by the way. The Redcoats were a private army from the City of London. Okay? The City of London, the Redcoats, which appeared all around the planet, were private mercenary army. Why were they red? Well, have you heard of the Rothschilds? Red Shield. Okay. Now, when the British got kicked out of India in 1858, I think it was, the Redcoats had made such a botch of it. That was the East Indies Trading Company, by the way. They made such a botch of it, and the Indians went on a massacre, and I don't blame them. So Queen Victoria stepped in and cancelled the East Indies Trading Company charter. They were wound up. Then the British government came in to settle it all down and get things running on an even keel. So the East Indies Trading Company disappeared, but it reinvented itself. And you know what they call themselves? The Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, HSBC. And they moved their operation to Hong Kong.
And in 97.
And they're still in, and remember, they were in the opium wars and opium trade. That was the East Indies Trading Company, but they changed their colours and became HSBC. Just got to do the research. It's all there. So we have the usual people, the usual suspects doing their dirty shit around the world, and it's all about making money. Who run the opium trades into China and other parts of the world?
Yet these are the same people that I've read. I don't know if there's any fact to this or if it's just BS, that they're selling off their assets like there's no tomorrow. I mean, it's all over the place.
Yep.
And I don't know,
Anything,
covering her tracks or just bullshit.
Well, anything that could be seized should certain events happen in this country and a certain former president is back in office, he will act upon several executive orders, one of them being, since we know the depth and breadth of human trafficking and harvesting and all the horrible and disgusting, vile, perverted shit that they do as a result of that activity, that anyone whose money was involved or they were involved in any way will be seized.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where they are on the planet. Now, hopefully we'll get to that point.
Now, you find the big financial cartels are all connected to the same groups of families. Rothschilds is a very well-known name, but there's a lot of other names that are connected to them. You've got to look at where did the Rothschilds get their money from. Their original name was
Bauer.
Bauer, that's right. That was a German name, just means farmer.
Farmer. So that they didn't feel that was strong enough.
No. But they got their original money from the Persian Empire. That was they did a deal with them, and well, they didn't pay it back.
Shocking.
Now you have descendants of certain families, like who ran the schooners or those very fast sailing ships during the Opium Wars. I believe it was the Vanderbilts. And I think, who was it, Anderson? Well, I call him
Cooper.
Poop Shoot Cooper, but that's just a funny name.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know, look at the ridiculous things he'll come out and say that are absolute lies, misdirection, and he's also connected to one of the agencies, and everybody knows what that is.
So you'll find that connected to the Rothschilds families is the Sassoon family, which were out of Persia. So the Sassoon family left Persia with the Mughals' money, moved to India. Most people think Sassoon's an Indian name, but it's not. They were banking in Mumbai, or that part of the world, but they actually moved into China because they were running the opium. Now, in India, the Sassoon family is well known, and also in China, the name is well known, and people don't like them for some reason. You'll also read another name from the First World War. After the First World War, the fourth wealthiest person on the planet was a fellow called Lowenstein. He was a Belgian banker, and he was involved in a lot of activity financially, and a lot of people wanted to lynch him. In 1928, he had a mysterious accident when he fell out of his private plane when it was flying back to him from London over the North Sea to Belgium. So he faked his own death, as most people think, because and he was the fourth wealthiest person on the planet at the time. Made his money during the First World War.
Because these families, and then families that are the names that people never really speak that much of.
No, they just disappear off the system. They don't have a low profile. People don't know who they are, but they've had nefarious pasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are nameless. That would make perfect sense.
Yes.
Well,
You know,
if you-
you'd never hear of them, never spoken of. They're not anywhere near in the limelight, if any at all. What I
Mhm.
found intriguing, what I found very, very intriguing, and maybe you guys can shed some light on this, because this, again, I'm also referring back to the book, but much further ahead since I touched on it last. And you guys, I've talked about this on a previous show, but this is a great, great forum to talk about this, and it's Antarctica. Okay.
Yep.
You can Google Earth Antarctica. I have pictures of it where you can see the snow-capped terrain, the mountains and stuff like that, but there are areas that obviously have been whited out, and you can tell the difference.
Mhm.
There are areas there where they call it a no-fly zone, which I found out that it was actually bullshit. It's a no-fly zone under 10,000 feet
Yeah.
because they want to maintain the purity of the atmosphere for whatever reason that is. Also, there's talk that there's a couple of towns, I believe it's in the northwestern area of the continent, that's called Red Child, okay, or Rothschild. Yeah, I'm just using whatever definition. Two locations with their name. Any correlation, any connection there? I would probably guess yes. The gold that was taken out of the Vatican that was brought back, what was her name? I believe it was Jan Halper who spoke about this publicly. It's all over the mainstream news. This is not
Mhm.
anything secret. She basically spilled the guts on that on some British media channel or
Yeah.
something like that. And over 650 C-130s, 45 had the gold taken out of the Vatican and brought back. But I don't know. Did it go to Antarctica to the big safe down there? And if so, where's that connection? Or did it actually come back here to our mainland? I don't know. But all these things are just extremely, extremely weird. They're
Well,
just weird.
the reason why they don't want them flying below 10,000 feet is because they do constant atmospheric sampling, and that you're going to find that will be the purest location on the planet. Okay, think about it. What's in the northern hemisphere versus southern? It's much more industrialized, more pollutants. And then they're looking to see the spread of radioactive isotopes and pollutants. And that's a good gauge. Plus, they don't want them visually seeing what's on the surface. The bill that maintain the neutrino array that goes down, I think, several kilometers into the ice. And there's a number of reasons that neutrino array exists. We have craft phasing into our, let's say, dimension. And when they do that, there's a neutrino release. And they're trackable around the planet to a good degree with that array. That array is also used in creating tectonic events. And there's other things, but
Yeah.
I don't want people knocking on my damn door.
No. We got to be careful here. So, not at all, but we get it. We understand. There's been activities with earthquakes and stuff like that that have not happened in the millennia, and I mean, massive, massive ones. Where was it? Turkey, Jordan, I believe. I may be off base here, but just basically all over the place. Weather patterns changing and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I just. And again, you have to take a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt, guys, but not to go on a tangent or off down a different rabbit hole. I'd rather just go ahead and stick to the book. So Big G, if you can enlighten us on some more stuff in that book, so we can stay on point here.
Basically, yes, people need to learn their history about the Jesuits and who founded it and the psychology of the guy. He was a nutter. And their oath is a giveaway. It's all about control and mind control. because you've got to be in the Jesuits for I think it's 27 years or something before you take the final oath. Then you find out what's really going on.
So this is basically above a Freemason type of club, if you will. Because
Yes.
so here's the thing. How are you recruited into something like this? Are you handpicked? Are you selected? Is it inherent? Is it, give up your firstborn and 6 pints of blood, and then maybe they'll let you in? Or do
No,
you
well,
even want to be in?
well, who would? I would want to be involved with it. No.
Well, their main mission is to sow confusion and bloodshed. They
Yes.
believe their philosophy is that quickens the spiritual development of the human race.
See, these people, like the Jesuits, were into this for a long time, but from the Jesuits, it goes into a higher level. But it's all about the blood grouping and adrenochrome, where they get their high. You see, they're trying to extend their own life. The genome program, when they're tracking back your gene stuff, the Jews were trying to prove that they were the master race. Well, that was a disaster because they found out that they had peculiar set of genes due to their inbreeding, which didn't make them that smart, and they had some genetic faults. So they had to drop that idea, and they've been looking now to how you can enhance their gene therapy using adrenochrome. Hence that body harvesting with kids, mainly kids, because the adrenochrome just gives you a super high which lasts for a long time. It also does a lot of regeneration work on the body. So you can extend your age dramatically as long as you keep taking the shit.
I wonder, is that why Kissinger is still around?
Is he still around? I don't know.
Yeah, and Soros,
There's a
93.
lot
Yeah,
of those
but-
old reptiles, basically, at this point.
But you'll find that a lot of the Hollywood celebrities who are on the adrenochrome, when they couldn't afford to pay it, because going back some years, it was about $1 million a year you're required for the adrenochrome to keep yourself alive. Unfortunately, the big problem with the adrenochrome, once you start doing it, your own adrenochrome systems in your body shuts down. So if it shuts down, you're obliged to keep buying more because you can't reactivate it. And this is why a lot of these celebrities look can't afford it, and they look like shit. They go downhill real quick.
I've noticed you can notice that a number of them went downhill very quickly.
Yep.
And there's ambrosia and one other thing that basically is blood from children.
Well, this explains the whole adrenochrome thing then, with the trafficking, and why so many want to keep it hush hush and not really come out and talk about this. It makes perfect sense.
Well, 20
That's right.
kilograms of fresh.
What was that? You bugged out there for a minute.
With the adrenochrome, you can milk these kids for so many times, and then they wear out. So they've got their own body. They've got their own kid breeding program where they've got these surrogates, and they just breed more kids and torture them until they die. So you got to torture them to get the adrenochrome pumped up. And that's what it's all about. Now, one of the cover stories, cover fronts out here was Hillsong Church. The fellow that was running that's a fucking pedo. And no one wants to talk about that.
Let's I'm being told here by the moderator we need to be careful with that A word and go with gold juice or nectar.
Yes, okay, I agree. You don't use. There's a couple of things you can't use. That's the A word, and the other word is the C word.
Okay. Yeah,
Because,
let's be careful with that. So
yes,
gold juice, that was just an opinion. So we'll go there with that.
Yes, yep. So with the gold juice, or whatever you want to call it, it's very valuable. It's in constant demand, and hence those operations are going to be very hard to get rid of because there's too much money involved.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
with the sea stuff, no one wants to upset that little apple cart because there's been a cure for the sea since the mid 1930s. I've known about that, but again, there's too much money being made out of that racket.
Yeah, the gold juice basically got me into the whole game here.
Yep.
I accidentally fell into that looking for other stuff, and that'll rock your world when you're completely ignorant to it.
Yep, that's a real eye opener, and people don't want to even look at it because they said it's all bullshit. But I'm sorry, that is the biggest business on the planet.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Ghost had to pop out. He's back in here again.
Yeah, everything just shut off.
Yeah.
I think we might have
Okay.
struck a nerve because I was saying 20 kilograms of frozen adrenochrome has a value of 100 million.
Gold juice. Gold juice. Gold
Gold
juice. Got to
juice.
be careful with the word there, bro.
Oh yeah, that orange juice or whatever they call it. But anyway, there's enough out there on that people understand at least.
Yeah, it's fortunately and unfortunately we talk about the censorship stuff that was like getting you kicked off of platforms the second it came up is now very common conversation. And that has moved a lot with the whole awakening of everyone, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, people looked at me like I had 3 heads a year and a half ago. And then I say stuff today. And they're just like, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we all know about that. And it's like, wow, okay. I guess we're all getting caught up here.
Don't believe people realize just how extensive it is worldwide.
Oh, yeah, no, I could imagine that's literal entire
it's not,
networks.
Yeah, it's not 130 or 160 billion, these figures. It's much, much higher than that.
I think
when
like
you're talking about 8 million, and I think
hello, we lost you there, Ghost. Okay, audio is out on Ghost.
Okay, he's lost it.
Yeah. Harbor, if you can hear me there, just put a note out. Let people know. Lost Ghost audio. He just bugged out. He'll be chiming in here again. So he might be having tech issues again. But there was and to ride off of Jeff's there, he's just popped back in. To ride off of Jeff's coattail here, I think that the movie Sound of Freedom basically blew the doors open on all of this the subject matter that we're talking about here, and just basically opened a lot of people's eyes on a global level to say, hey, this is a problem and this is reality and this is what's going on, and this is more or less not an exact science of who's involved, why, and blah 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 blah, and all this and that stuff, and here we are. Okay,
there's an unfortunate side. There's an unfortunate side to that whole film.
Now, with that particular movie, when it was released in Australia, it was heavily cut and it was rated as a G. So it was very, very soft.
And also, a lot of the parties who invested in that film and worked on that film, and I'm not saying everyone, are in that business. And there's a day of reckoning coming, and that's all I'll say. But the message was the important thing. And I did do a broadcast where I said, just pay attention to the message.
Hmm.
Because when investigations are complete, you're going to see something very disappointing. But that should not take away from the simple idea that the scourge of human trafficking is beyond contemplation, and it needs to end. Period.
Yeah, I think that was done as tastefully as it possibly could be to get
Yeah.
people's foot into the door on the subject.
That's right.
Yeah. And well,
So basically,
we'll
where,
just say in the
where do we
fullness
go
of
from
time.
here with this effort? I mean, is this, Ghost? What do you think? Is this, is this grassroots political leadership? I mean, where do you even begin to,
It's all of that.
tap on this thing and say, hey, enough's enough?
It's all of that, because you hear General Flynn telling people, I've been telling people, others have been telling people, all this hopium shit, and this is going to happen when, and this is going to happen then. No, you'll see changes, let's say, in the court rulings. We've already seen that happen in Georgia. An Obama appointed judge ruled voting machines were unconstitutional. And you can imagine why these rulings would change. Served one master, wise enough to now serve another. Again, at the end of the day, it's which mafia do you want running the planet? The ones that want to harvest and do these horrible things to produce money for that people never see, for a lot of things people never see, technology development, and not for the betterment. Or do you want to see one that would rather see humanity flourish? Get off the oil standard. It's not that I'm a tree hugger or anything, because I don't buy into the climate con, because that's what it is. If you talk to enough real scientists with the real data, you'll see exactly what it is. At first, it was a tax con they were trying to perpetrate. There are some things they are putting a lot of money into that people just don't know about, and you can't track
it. He's not a Zionist either, by the way. I just want to make that public.
Who's that?
You.
Oh, no. Jesus, no.
It's a joke. From a previous show that I saw. That was, never mind. Continue.
No, people have said all kinds of things, but you take it with a grain of salt. They don't know. They make a blanket judgment on someone because of the information they're trying to impart to you to expand your ability to decipher and to really see what's going on. Some people are too worried about, is this guy JFK Jr.? No, I'm not. Negative 48? No, I believe he's deceased. So it'd be kind of hard to be him. It's not important who I am. What's important is, please understand, this is real information.
Mm-hmm.
And there's more volumes. And I mean, you spend 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day for the next year, and you can't go through everything.
That is nuts. It's just nuts.
People are living in a matrix of deception. And, you know, I believe in one authority that is not fictional. Like all the fictions of authority, we have to be, say, forced under. And that's God, the creator.
Amen to that.
And I look at people with children. I have children. And what kind of future will they have if right now, people don't get involved in whatever it is on a local level and become more informed, but refine your judgment. Refine your judgment and discernment with what you're hearing and what you find in your discussions, in your research. Learn how the financial systems work. Study these things.
Yeah, it's not what you think it is.
Exactly. And study the history go to the older books, as old as you can find from the 1800s, 27 and prior to that. And then compare them to modern history books and see what you find. You know, they do.
I'll give you a tip on law. Trust law is strictly equity. Okay. Equity law rules. Equity law is commonly called common law. The other law that exists is the law of contracts, or admiralty law, or mercantile law.
Commercial. Mm-hmm.
Now, that type of law is laid down with the UCC documentation on how it's supposed to run. The law of contract has no equity in it, but equity can override it if it involves a trust. Because trust law is strictly equity.
Which disputes are should be handled in a court of equity.
Because we've been set up with our own trusts, and it's all to do with equity. I don't care what bullshit they tell you. Equity rules. Equity will rule.
And they have to abide by that.
Yep, they have to. There's certain standards.
Or they're admitting to the fraud.
Now, this is where a lot of the judges and stuff are going to get caught out, because they're trying to mix the two. You can't. It's very well defined. And what I've been saying to people, we know this was set up. It was set up without our knowledge. Therefore, the system is set up as a fraud. Because it was done with intent to defraud people, it's called a swindle. So that's what the current system works on. It's a swindle, because we had no informed consent. When you have a contract, you have to have informed consent. You have to have full knowledge. So they say, "Oh, this is a contract." No, it's not. You weren't given the information that it's been withheld. So these Sedicate trusts come under the rules of equity. And it's basically
questions here in the audience there, Big G, asking, you know, what is equity itself?
Equity is basically common law or God-given law. It's very basic.
As Clarence Thomas would refer to it, natural law.
Yep.
And he's a big proponent of it.
Okay, so there you go. Equity in itself is common law.
Yes.
And they want people to not follow the presence of God within them. Remember, you were told the kingdom is within. They do everything they can to distract you from that. Because once you act in that. Live it. Understand the I am presence that is within you, that is God-given. Understand that they very well know there is a creator and there are certain laws they cannot break. Therefore, it's done through deception. It is a spiritual matter when you get to the root of it and the beginning.
Now, when you go into, you're dragged into court for any charge, the charge, they're trying to make a commercial claim against you, and they ask you for your name. Well, you've got to look at that name and say, right, that name is the name of a trust, because it'll be in all caps. If it's got your given names in lowercase and then your surname, you say, yeah, I'm the beneficiary of that trust. It says so there. So if I'm the beneficiary, this guy over here is bringing the case, he's got to be the trustee. You tell the judge, I'm the beneficiary of the trust. This person's bringing the charge. He obviously is the trustee. Where's his checkbook?
This is something that needs to be, I mean, for me personally, something that I would like to dig down into a little bit further. When it comes to the whole, trust issues and the social security numbers, I'll throw this out there. It may not even be relevant to any of this at all. There is, and I forget the name of it right now, when it comes to property, personal property, land, and stuff like that, where you can create some trust, and I forget the name of it. Sorry about that. Like a suppressor, for example.
A land trust, and put your land and what is upon it in allodial status.
What is it?
Allodial status.
Yes,
Allodial status.
in different countries, the status is different. In the States, you have lodial title, not allodial. It's lodial, L-O-D-I-A-L.
Spell that?
L-O-D-I-A-L.
It's L-O-D
I-A-L.
I-A-L.
I-A-L. Lodial. Got it. Okay.
Lodial.
Thank you for that.
You have lodial title. The lodial title means that you own it outright.
And there are forms you can fill out to actually get this?
No, you've got to know this stuff. That your documents, it's the way they're written up. In other parts of the world, we have got what they call crown title, which is held for you. And the reason why it's held for you in crown title, the crown protects your rights, but you haven't come forward with the right paperwork. So you only get Torrance title or things like that, or which means it's not a real title. See, they can't sell you something which they don't own. This is a trick in law.
So then that would question: is there, for the audience, for example, is there any reference manuals, any books, any paperwork where, like somebody that knows absolutely nothing of this and would like to dig a little bit more? Is there any publications available that are authentic, good source, that one can look up and study a little bit more on this to be able to say, hey, I want to pursue this, I want to go down this road?
There's information available, and you piece that together, and then someone may have put something together regarding it. I don't know, but I would tell everyone, and G, tell me, what do you think? I would say begin your library immediately with the 1611 King James Bible, not because it's the unerring word of God, but because it was reconfigured to reflect natural law, English common law at the time.
Now, the King James Bible, the Bible by itself is not a religious book. It's a trust law book.
And
this will blow a lot of people away, but that's what it is. It's a trust law book. It tells you how the trust was set up.
And Black's Law Dictionary, fifth. I prefer fifth and eighth. Fifth was the last, let's say, defining real standard. And eighth starts to get into where they were getting into newspeak. And I believe what are they up to, 11th or 12th now? I don't know. But that, and also the works of William Shakespeare. And then start learning what U.S. code is, what UCC is, what your own state constitution is, in addition to the Constitution, which takes about 25 minutes to read. And most people have never read it. Gee, there's a lot of other documents, historical documents. What would you suggest?
Well, when you're learning trust law, I use Henry Gibson's 1910, I think it is. It's very simple to read. Then there's other ones called Gilbert's Law. There's quite a lot of them on law. But basically, you're looking about trust law.
And another thing is the spirit in which you approach this. You have to be when you learn that it's a huge fraud. Most people are pissed off, outraged, and I'm going to get them and I'm going to beat them in court. No, stop that. Grow up. Govern yourself accordingly. Accept it for what it is. Know the ins and outs and the turns and the information. And you conduct yourself in a non-adversarial way. I saw a clip from a guy that I know. He was addressing a high court in Nevada. And the judge, by giving an order of dismissal, was actually doing him a favor, because that would enable him to go to the Nevada Supreme Court and truly present the case. But he was being adversarial at times with the judge. It's okay to be adversarial with your opposites, the defendants. That's fine, but don't go too far with it, or you're going to get censured or brought into chambers and told to cool it. You've got to be precise in what you're presenting.
Yeah, see, this is where people fail in court. They don't know who they are, and they get trapped to be the trustee because they say the wrong stuff.
Yeah, for example, here I happen to know him personally, Mike Bruce. He's in our audience here. He says, couldn't find Lodial, but did find allodial concerning ownership of real property.
Yep.
What is the difference between the two?
Lodial is the land, whereas allodial is not.
It's
a trick in words.
Yeah, the A is like, it's like
when A in Latin means no.
No, yeah. Like you're asymptomatic. Even though you're feeling bad, you're asymptomatic. Means you have no symptoms the doctor can find.
Reminds me of Aboriginal.
Well, that's right. Well, that's another thing.
That's a perfect example. That's what they use in Australia and New Zealand and other countries. They say, "Oh, are you an Aboriginal?" And if they say yes, well, thank you very much. It means that you are not original, therefore you're entitled to nothing.
And original infers to of a race or of a group of people. And if you say, well, I'm not, yes, you agree to the term Aboriginal, you're saying what you're thinking that, but you're saying the opposite. And in court, that means everything.
Wow.
So now, because there's the word legal, and then there's the word illegal. Well, the I in front of the L, a vowel and two consonants means no. That's part of Latin.
They're
This is how they trick you in law.
pretty clever guys that set this up over a long period of time.
It's lawfare, man. This is lawfare. This is straight up freaking lawfare is what this is.
And the correct term when someone's attacking you with spurious claims is they're trying to legally disable you. Okay.
Yep. Now,
And
in the legislation in certain countries, no, it definitely is in Australia and New Zealand, you are classed as an incapacitated person. Now, an incapacitated person has absolutely no rights, and you'll become a ward of the state. So look for the terminology in the definitions of their laws.
yeah, because when you're reading say a law book for a state, county, regional, or national, have that dictionary right there with you. And you'll read a sentence and you may think it says one thing, but when you really look at the definitions, it means another.
Now, when
am I a person? No, I'm not.
No, that's right. You're not a person. Now, when the cops arrest someone, they're classed as an incapacitated person. Now, when you're incapacitated like that, an arrest means that you have absolutely no rights at all. You can demand your rights in that, but as you're incapacitated, you have no rights whatsoever. Get over it.
Wow. I mean, this is, I'm telling you guys, this is, I hope you guys are getting value out of this because this is gold right here is what you're getting. Okay. Gold is what you're getting here. Guys, we are running here 3 hours and 31 minutes. I am good for at least another 30 minutes. If you guys want to keep going, it's your call. You guys have the floor.
Well, G, I think another one would be the different types of law throughout history, going back to Noahide law.
Yep.
Going back to, and then fast forwarding to what the Roman Empire used as upon the seas, I believe it's Oleron law. And then you have ecclesiastic law.
Yeah, ecclesiastic law overrides all the other stuff.
All the other, yeah. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the title of Lord is not a title of nobility. It is an ecclesiastic title.
It is.
Because in the Bible, you'll find where it states God is a hater of persons. They were telling you right there, if you don't learn who and what you are, you're a person. That's the legal.
Which one it is? A person is. I've forgotten what part of the Bible it is, but got a long list of those. God is no respecter of persons.
Right. No respecter. That's right.
Because a person is a dead entity. So if you're coming to court using a dead entity, the courts don't recognize you. You have no standing.
How do they recognize you then?
It's how you identify yourself. You claim the surname, the all caps name. So you were never, your parents never gave you the surname. They gave you either a Christian name or two names normally. Your parents didn't give you the surname. The Pope owns the surname.
So if your parents did not give you a surname,
yep.
And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here, right?
Yep.
All right. So my parents gave me, I guess what, my surname? Maybe? No.
That you've got your Christian names. Normally that you're given two Christian names or what you call common names.
Okay.
Some only get one, but that name was given to you by your parents.
Yes.
They didn't give you the surname. So if they say your name is Joe Bloggs and Mr. Bloggs was not given to you by your parents. The Pope owns that name. So you're setting a trap for yourself if you go in and you say, "Is this your name?" and you say yes, it's not. You can only
So-
you can only use the names that were given to you by your parents.
Like John, if it's John Michael Smith, you're
Yeah.
John Michael.
Yeah, that's right. That's all you can use.
Where do you live? I am here. And then
So
when
the
they
name
ask,
that
when
so
they
the
ask
name
you,
the name
when
that
they,
my parents gave me, the names
Yep.
that my parents gave me, my first and my last name, right? How
Yep.
I know myself to be.
Yep.
All right. Is that my real name?
it's your
Only
trust
the
name.
names that they gave you, but not the surname.
Surname is for the trust.
The surname identifies the trust and the beneficiaries of the trust. So
How do you find these names then? You have to go
well,
and choke it
it's
out
on-
of the
it's on-
Pope?
No. Your birth certificate says it. It's got your first and middle name is what's given to you, but the last name is the name of the family trust. But you can't claim the surname because it was never given to you. That's the trap. As soon as you claim something you don't own, you've committed a fraud.
And what if you were given a junior?
Junior then is a given name.
Like dad's the senior, I'm the junior because we both have the same name.
That's right, but the junior is a part of what the name given to you.
It's a designation that you're the second. If you name your firstborn or secondborn that same name, they're the third, but that's not the same thing as the surname.
Interesting.
And where letters patent comes in, that's what they'll claim. The Vatican will claim ownership by letters patent of that surname.
That's why there's a move with a few people in the States where they're trademarking their name, because trademarking is international. It comes under international law. It's another long story, but this is the way you get around the problem, because you can copyright something that means nothing. It's mostly regional or state, but trademarking is international and comes under international law.
And then you notify the Vatican of that.
It goes through a company called WIPO.
Oh, okay.
Holy
So
smokes.
this is how some people are getting around the problem. Now, a lot of actors, for instance, Michael J. Fox, he had to put J in the name because there was another Michael Fox on Actors Equity. So he couldn't use just the name Michael Fox. They had to put a J in it to identify who he is. So that changes his whole demeanor when it comes to the tax stuff as well, because the tax stuff only applies to the birth certificate name. If you have an alias, a different name, that's a different kettle of fish.
Wow.
So we all need an alias.
Yeah.
You'll find laws in every state are very liberal with an alias actually supported, because a lot of people, you'll have say a politician, they'll have an alias in which business is done, because they don't want to, they're sitting on the Armed Services Committee, for example, and they don't want people to know they own a shit ton of stocks in defense stocks, for example.
Makes sense.
So that presents a problem, though, because if you take my name, if you take my first name and my last name, and you translate it, if you will, into English, it would be the equivalent, literally, of John Smith.
Yep.
How many John Smiths are out there?
A lot.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
Yes, but you have a
Okay.
birth certificate, and the birth certificate number is the identifier.
But don't you
Gotcha.
also have the option of changing your last name?
Hmm.
You don't have to go to court to do that.
That's interesting. This is wow.
And when they
So
ask you to swear on a Bible, for example, what does the Bible say that you're swearing on? You shall take no oaths before men. So you can refrain from that and say, my yes will be yes, my no will be no, and I will speak the truth. And where does that come from?
Hmm.
New Testament.
Interesting.
So they're trapping you in a lot of ways. And
the court there is to find out who you are, and if you can't identify yourself, you get trapped. So it's knowing what is written on the birth certificate, what is your name and what isn't your name, and the fact that the full all caps name represents a trust, and when they address you with a lowercase or proper case title name for your given name, and then the uppercase surname, you know that's they're identified the beneficiary of the trust, and you can say, yes, I'm the beneficiary of this trust. But they can't say, no, that is all my name. You say, I'm the beneficiary of the trust.
And we know this works because all these things have been tested. And someone very close to me was learning all of this and had a dispute with the bank. And it took no more than 3.5 to 4 minutes for the whole hearing, but it was saved until the last one because that particular judge who asked us out to lunch following it knew what basically knew what was going to happen because I was there, because I'd been there before, not for my own stuff, but for other people. And I'm sitting in the gallery. I haven't passed stepped into the well, and the hand signal was a tip of my hat, even though you're supposed to take it off. I put a handkerchief over my head. When I take it off, they assume that I'm sick or something, and it's okay. And that's just a little trick of mine. And he was asked by the attorney for the bank, who had a stack about 4 inches thick on the table. What is your name? Michael. Okay. No, what is, I am known as Michael. And she kept trying, and the judge didn't say anything. And she said, where do you live? And he said, I'm right here. No, where do you receive mail? In a post office box. Well, what is your home address? I don't use a home address. Don't have a mailbox. It's P.O. Box XYZ, and repeated that again and again. And finally, she turns around and she wants to present a summary of statements. It's a mere claim. And at first he said, I don't need to read it. It's not evidence. And the judge leans over and says, you can examine it, but you don't have to accept it. So he took it, went through the 3 pages and said, handed it back to her and said, this is not evidence. Bang, came the gavel. I find in favor of the defendant. Mike, where would you like me to send the decision? And this woman just crumpled her shoulders down, head fell to the side. She didn't know what hit her. He knew.
Because he
And
educated himself on that.
exactly. And it was that simple. There was no real evidence of any wrongdoing. There was a dispute. She was simply making a claim based on those summations. And before anything could come out of her mouth, that gavel slammed down. And every time he said correctly, I just tipped the brim of my hat. Like, you're doing just fine. And it's not.
Once you,
I just wanted one thing, G. It's not that you're playing games with the court or doing. No, you know how it works. So that's how. That judge understood, yes, and then wanted to go to lunch. Good, G. I'm sorry.
you see, once the judge knows who you are and you're the beneficiary of the trust, and you're not putting up your hand to be the trustee, it's a game over.
That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts.
And
hence the reason this
almost $8,000.
And this is the reason why so many people, common people, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, when they go to court, they wind up being to the mercy and paying thousands of dollars to an attorney that you for sure do not know if it's going to turn out to be in your favor or not, and most of the time wind up losing.
That's right.
Or they cut a deal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They cut, deals are cut, and you wind up, well, hey, we're not going to throw the book at you, but we're only going to throw 80% of it at you. There you go. You caught a break when you could have got away completely.
There was another friend, and this only take a minute, sitting outside the courtroom. The one judge it was a different judge. He said, "Oh, he's a very nice man, a very nice lawyer." Well, let me show you how nice he was. He said, we're willing to settle on 80 cents on the dollar. And I said, I spoke up and I said, no, it's going to be a lot lower than that. It'll be 20 cents on the dollar. Because I was going to negotiate. He said, oh, I can't go that low. It's against the rules. I said, what rules? He went, I said, show me the law that says you can't be 20 cents on the dollar. He can't. So he started getting angry. I said, the reason you can't answer me is because that's your agreement with your client. And if you don't abide by that agreement with the client, they're going to get pissed at you and fire you, or maybe not throw as much business your way. He was red in the face. He wasn't such a nice man then. But he kept saying, but that's the rules. I said, show me the law. Which law are you, which law in this state are you citing? He couldn't. It was his private agreement with his client. So it wound up being appealed to a higher court and wound up being 35 cents on the dollar.
Wow.
Because he was trying to say, well, that's the rules. And I said, what are you talking about, rules? What rules? What law is that based on? Please tell me. Because I knew he was full of shit from the beginning. And these are the games they play. And it's a trap. And how many ways, Judy, do they pick the bond from these proceedings?
That is incredible. I don't know. Guys, I'm telling you, this, holy shit, it's like drinking from a freaking fire hose.
But you've got to know what you're doing, and you've got to know the rules of the court, and you've got to know where you can go and can't go and how you word it. Never uses if I draft a letter on behalf of someone, I don't use a single pronoun in it. Try doing that. G knows how to do that. I know how to do that. And all of a sudden it takes on a different light, the whole issue. And there was another friend that had a $32,000 IRS claim against him. Okay. The letter was drafted. No pronouns were used. And asking for a forensic accounting of it. Oh, we'll need 90 days, comes back. And next thing you know, it gets sent to another office and they say, we need 90 days. And it gets sent to another office, we need 90 days. And then finally another office writes a letter that was very nasty. Different office, again, a different financial center of the IRS. And then another letter comes in saying, if any other offices have sent you any letters, ignore them. We need 60 days. So at the end of it, simply took it to tax court, did a jurisdictional challenge. Now they're not so easy on those. And it was dismissed.
Wow.
And we gave them the proper instructions for them to, let's say, go to the Social Security window and take the money if you want. Take it out of there. Because it's not Social Security that's taking it from. That's just a euphemism for take it from the bond. You know how to do that.
Right.
And most of the people who work for you don't even know what I'm talking about. Most of your IRS agents.
Wow.
Did you know 95% of the population in the United States are not eligible to pay tax to the IRS?
No, I guys, this is obviously, like I said, I'm a student here.
This
I'm
is
learning.
the fraud. We're exposing the fraud.
Yeah, basically taxation is voluntary. In the United States, you have to be a US citizen, you've got to live in Washington, D.C. or Puerto Rico.
Never check the box that says you're a U.S. citizen or that your spouse is or your parents were, like on a
No.
DS-11, for example. Don't check that box.
If you weren't born in the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, I think the other one was Guam.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that have to pay federal income tax. Otherwise, you're donating it.
So Puerto Rico, Guam, which are basically U.S. territories, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Protectorates.
Yeah, protectorates. And then Washington, D.C.
And D.C.
Washington, D.C. is the key. How many people were born there?
Well, how many freaking hospitals reside inside D.C.?
I don't know.
Right? Because,
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm assuming there is one. So if you are born in that hospital inside the District of Columbia, that makes you now a citizen of what? The corporation?
Yes, that's right. The corporation.
And if you're born in any other state outside of that, you are not a citizen of the corporation. You are a franchise.
You are state national.
You're a franchise.
Yep.
You're a contract worker.
You're an employee.
You're an employee.
Yep.
And then you got my sorry ass that immigrated here. I swore the oath, okay, to become a U.S. citizen. I hate that freaking word, but I have my reasons for it. You know, and they say, okay, here you go. So what the hell am I? Screwed?
Yep. Until you change it. Until you change your status.
Yeah. I'm an American.
Change my
And-
status. So it's renounce my citizenship?
And no. In a sense, you are, because when they passed the 14th Amendment, they put in congressional record, again, a few sentences, and I'll find the exact page and everything for you, that says, if anyone wants to defect from, you can't stop them under any circumstances. Meaning, all the people who knew what was going on let themselves out. And if you didn't know and you thought it was freeing slaves and changing America, you were hoodwinked. It put everyone into the status of a debt slave, essentially.
Here's an excellent question. Excellent question from Stephen. He says, then what do I put on a firearm purchase form? If I don't put that I am a citizen of the U.S., I'm getting in trouble.
Then you put your weapons in a gun trust.
Right. If you go to a retail store, though, you got to fill out the form. You know which
Yeah.
one I'm talking about, right?
Well,
and in that
can,
form, it asks you, are you a citizen of the United States?
But legally, sometimes you make mistakes.
That's what Hunter Biden did.
What? He put on there he wasn't a citizen?
No, he said that he wasn't using crack. It's a mistake. He didn't get in any trouble. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and that's probably basically the excuse they use, that was a mistake.
I bet I was high.
In Arizona, I've got a friend over there, and you can get weapons over there, but you're a state national. You don't need a federal clearance. State nationals don't have to comply with the federal laws.
You put it in the gun trust, and the gun trust is under your newly formed trust. And in the gun trust, and as well as a trust for all property in it, when you die, there's no probate, and no one can look up while you own that land and that home. No one can look it up, and no one can steal your title. Your weapons, you put a list of names in that trust, and any one of those names can carry and use your weapons. And when you die, they can't confiscate them. Like I think they're trying to do in states like California and Oregon. If you die, well, we take your guns. No, put in a gun trust, and they can't touch it. And anyone whose name is in that trust can use them.
Okay.
So, again, you do it the way they do it, the ones who do know how it works. And there's very, very few of them.
So on my next trip to my LGS, that's my local gun store, okay, and I want to purchase my next, hobby, if you will. When I fill out my paperwork, okay, basically, do I skip that I'm a U.S. citizen?
Yeah,
What would you
that'd
say,
be
G?
awkward when they look at the paper and say, "Hey, you forgot to fill this out," and you're like, "No,
Right, because
actually,
they're going to say,
I wasn't born in D.C." Like, we'll see how that goes for you.
yeah, because it says there. See, this is the problem I have with this legal shit. Okay, a place, you're gonna, don't laugh at this. Okay, it's like, all right, what are you? Hispanic, Latino. Okay, yeah, check that box. Okay, so
You don't even have to check that box.
and then check the other one, white. So now I'm a white Hispanic. All right, that's the joke. Anyway, and then right, because there was talk about that, and go back a few years. What are you? I'm a white Hispanic. It was a big joke going around about that. Anyway, and then the other one is place of birth. Well, Havana, Cuba. Are you a U.S. citizen? Well, fuck yeah, I was sworn in. I am now. So what do I do? So there it is, right? I wasn't born here.
You change your status.
Change my status.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have to have a
Now,
conversation.
as
about that
to the
offline because
form,
I'm
I'd have
totally-
to I'd have to examine the form. Gee, what do you think?
I'd say we'll get Sean on this because he knows what that or how this shit works.
Yeah, he would know. Because that is an excellent question.
But I know most people are you've got to be classed as a state national. The state national takes you out of the federal jurisdiction.
Oh, well, I'm more than a state national. I'm like a foreign, and I live in a state national.
Well, technically, you could be a classed as a foreigner. That's not a problem. You're a foreign resident.
I'm a foreign resident. Holy shit.
See, the biggest
right.
problem with when people get a green card, they're signing them up into the District of Columbia. So getting a green card's bad news.
Well, the problem that I have with that whole thing too, G, is this, right? They're an entity within themselves. They have their own constitution. They have their own laws
Yes, right.
that only apply to them. But
That's it.
wait, they'll tell you that they apply to us also as well, even though we are not a citizen of the corporation.
That's right.
Okay,
So
so is
where's-
this like the bully pulpit here?
Yes, it is because it's they're using a fraud to get what they want.
Fear and
See,
intimidation.
it's all contractual law. And so you've been deceived. Was there a full disclosure of what becoming a US citizen is? And the answer is no. That vitiates the fraud.
Fraud vitiates all. Fraud has no statute of limitations, like murder and what other crimes. And gee, it's important also to know the difference between a capital crime and, let's say, a misdemeanor. You
Capital
lost-
crime means it's about the money. It's all about
It's
the
about
capital.
the money, right? And that's why they spell it that way and say it that way. Rape
'cause
used to be punishable by death. I believe it's still a capital crime, though, because you're damaging a valuable commodity.
That's all it is.
That individual has a given value and a given production. Again, human capital, it comes down to human capital management.
All
So,
right.
this is, these are the basics in a nutshell of what you're dealing with in these various entities. And I'm not saying it to be adversarial to any of them, IRS or the court system or anything. I'm just saying, well, that's what it is. And I'm free to make my claim or opinion in my estimation. That's what it is. But in their own laws and procedures, that is proven that it's a fraud. If you brought the court system into their own court system to try them on their validity, they would be ruled a fraud.
And that in itself is a fine line too, because
Mhm.
if he who calls the ultimate shot at the end, in other words, the bench holder, and you know what I mean,
Yeah.
if he is not true, then
Or educated.
or educated for that matter, which I would probably go with the latter.
A lot of them aren't.
Yeah. Then basically you're hosed also as well. And you would have to, and like you said earlier, you would have to get somebody that's in the know. You would have to, and it would be very expensive, I might add, also as well. But
Mhm.
There's an out on this stuff too, which applies internationally. Australia is a corporation, same as the United States is. Under martial law, because they've committed fraud, you can take your complaint to the military.
Really?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now here in America, does the UCMJ fall under those guidelines or no?
You would go to civil affairs and the judge, advocate general.
Yep.
Wow.
See, Army
Okay.
Army Civil Affairs, if they're in a foreign land and they take a nice chunk of land, Civil Affairs handles what happens with the citizenry of that country. And certain cases could be heard by the judge advocate general, but in a case of martial law, yeah, he's right.
Martial law covers it all because you have an unconstitutional government at the moment. It should all go back to state law. And because what the federal government corporation is doing is an act of treason, those federal judges are breaking international law. They'll all be tried.
Do you think we're getting close to that?
Yeah, it's going to start next year if
Yeah,
it hasn't already started.
I think you're seeing the drips already start.
Internationally or on a global level or just here?
Global.
Global.
Globally.
What I thought.
Because
That's what I thought.
there are enough good people in all the agencies and all departments who are fed up with the vile, rampant corruption worldwide. And there are a lot of people who are learning what we're talking about. And the more they do, the more changes.
There's because all these corporations come under the US, they're all registered. Australia, other countries, New Zealand, UK, they're all registered as corporations in the United States. It comes under corporate law, and they're breaking international law, and the military is there to uphold international law.
But they're not educated to this.
Right,
But
obviously.
I would say it's reasonable to assume that there are some who do know. And if there are some who do know, then potentially there is action to be taken. You see, it's not, I don't mean to demean anyone. It's not like that young man with the cowboy hat. A lot of what he's saying is true, but he's going overboard with it because he's missing large pieces of the puzzle. It took a long, long time to create this puzzle, this maze, this matrix, if you will. It'll take a little time to unravel it and to get back to our senses, but people are going to have to understand they have to take more responsibility for themselves, their behavior, and govern themselves accordingly. Start with the 10 Commandments.
I guess there is some truth said in the spit yourself out of the damn matrix. And because, wow, this is unbelievable, amazing.
And that's what the whole concept of the Matrix films are based on. I believe they use French philosopher Baudrillard's treatise on simulacra and simulation, which in essence says that throughout time, certain symbols and representations are used to pass this information on from generation to generation. In other words, what was created from Sumer, Babylon, somewhat in Mesopotamia, Egypt, has to be wiped away. The slave and population mind control aspect, so that you can't get fooled.
Yeah. All right.
It's not that we, it's not, and I'll finish with this. It's not
Go
that we
ahead,
have
go
a
ahead.
country and a world of dummies. Quite the contrary. People are quite capable of comprehending all of this. But it's not a fast food subject. You've got to put the time in. You've got to commiserate with others. And you've got to crack the books open and learn.
And that would require turning off the freaking news on the idiot box, because surely you're not going to get it there.
Exactly. Turn that garbage off. That is a designed distraction. You're not hearing real news most of the time. You're hearing only what they want you to hear. There is a 4 a.m. script dump. Anybody who's watching mainstream media, and I'm going to say this categorically, you're an idiot. And I mean, look up the term idiot in its true sense. It means you're so wrapped up in yourself, you're not taking the time to step outside of yourself. Know thyself. Seek wisdom first. Seek the truth. It's right. It is there. It is there to be found. Humanity has been blinded from it for 2,000 years hardcore.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm.
Christ did say it all. But you have to read the real words, not what they gave you.
Amen to that. Jeff? All right, guys. We are 4 hours, 11 minutes in.
Wow.
The bladder's knocking on the door, and so is the tummy. Got to go get
Same
some
here.
food. Yeah. So, Jeff, you got anything, brother? You've been quiet, man. Just chime in.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a lot of different information, a bunch of different subjects. It's very interesting just to hear just kind of what these people that place themselves in charge. And I mean, I talk a lot about it. Everyone knows that I'm Walmart clearance aisle broke, and just the concept that there's some asshole out there that owns my name and like a gajillion dollars that I have no way to claim is pretty maddening. So, you know, I'm with everyone else trying to be, what would you guys say, non-confrontational or it was in the chat here. Non-adversarial. Yeah, I'm trying to be non-adversarial about the whole thing, but, you know, struggling in silence.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Big G?
Yeah, good to talk to you.
Closing comments, my friend?
Yes, just follow the money.
Okay.
That's
Way to go.
That's where it is, and remember, it's all about equity.
Mhm.
Okay.
Some people have more equity than others.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to work on my social credit score. Don't get me started, man. Holy shit.
I don't care about those things. And you know,
Ghost?
you can pull your name out of those things when you're out of that system, out of that matrix.
That's what I'm
Which
working on, is to get out of the system.
Yeah.
Leave the matrix.
Let it
Yeah.
exist. If it's going to exist, it's going to exist. But
My only hope-
I'm not going to be at war with it. I'm not going to.
No.
You know, it will deteriorate. And it will and entropy will have its way, even with that fraud. Everything that is not of justice, righteousness, and goodness will eventually crumble. It may be a little ugly. It may be a little uncomfortable. And I'm understating that, ladies and gentlemen, but it happens. And it's a natural correction mechanism. And we're living in times when it's at a very strong beginning. And those who have more equity than others are just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah. Guys,
Anyway,
in the
sign off.
comments, go ahead, Big G.
I was just going to say I'll sign off and hope everyone has a good day.
Thank you, my friend.
All
Thank
right.
you for being here. Thank you for sharing the knowledge. I hope that one day I can have the pleasure of having you back on again.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you,
Thank you, my
guys,
friend.
and God bless all.
Okay.
All right. Guys, in the comments, we're gonna wrap it up here. If you guys, have any last minute things or details or something like that, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead and say it now or forever hold your peace. Haha, yeah. And of course, I'm going to run the stream one more time. Like, share, subscribe to the stream if you enjoyed this. Again, I will be taking the stream down. It will be members only. And this will be uploaded on the website for paying members to be there. Obviously, I'm not monetizing this video for obvious reasons because of the platform where I'm at. So thank you guys for being here. I hope you got value out of the stream today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure. I know we went long on this one, and thank you very much for hanging in there. It's been really, really cool. I will catch you guys on the next one. And with that, we're going ahead and call it good. Jeff, you want to take us out?
All right. Yeah, no, we'll see it. I got a Thoughtcast tomorrow. Crazy announcements for the channel. So,
Oh boy.
yeah, but that's to come. So I'll see you guys around.
All right. Thanks, Jeff, for being here. Appreciate you. All right, Ghost, you there?
Yep.
I still there? Okay, stay on the line for me. Big G, thank you again for being here, my friend. I appreciate it. If you're still there.
Okay.
You can hang around
right.
if you want.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Yep.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're out of here. I'll see you on the next one. God bless. Keep your head on the swivel. Keep your powder dry. And remember, strap yourself when you go out. You're going to have to. That's all I can tell you. Cheers. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.